Okay.
Yeah,
And you can see the contents clearly, or is it
I
little
can
bit
see the
smaller?
content clearly. No.
Okay, okay. Perfect, perfect. Yeah. So this is the agenda I have planned, and then and there, if we have any additional topics and anything more to be covered, right, we'll add that to the agenda. So basically, first we will start with the overview of OpenText Content Server and its features, where I'll be also telling you about the features and also first the usage, where all it is being used, and various business scenarios that we are currently seeing, or the purpose that it serves. All those things we will be covering, Deepak, so that you will get a brief idea like why it is being used, and how the organizations are using it on different levels, so that you will get to know not only the organizations that you know, or like beyond what level they are using, also you'll get an idea. So we'll see all those things. Mm, okay. First thing is like what is a like content server? So OpenText has actually various products. First thing and the most valuable product of OpenText is content server. So why they have named it as content server means it serves the purpose of managing the contents or documents. Okay, so basically every organization wants a document management system or a storage system, uh, ideally. So you might know now we have various cloud systems that are currently in use, like Azure, or the Google Drives, or the various cloud like functionalities or servers that are being provided. But apart from that, we need a content management system. To briefly explain means, um, let's say if you are working in Accenture, right? So at HR level, or when you are onboarded, every individual employee's documents should be maintained, right? Not only at the project level. So you might currently being like you will be using the content server at a project level, but later on speaking at an organizational level, right? Every employee's documents, and right from the HR level of documents, all the documents has to be stored, and all like so those things are being stored in cloud also. And apart from that, even if you're storing in cloud, the storage and the cost, lot of things are being calculated at that point. So when we see all those things, content server serves that purpose to manage all at a single place. To explain in a simple way, right? You know about SharePoint or Google Drive, right, Deepak?
Yes, yes,
Yeah, so the competitors of content server, OpenText content server, are those products. Okay. Even before that, I don't know if you are aware of IBM FileNet. The IBM FileNet was also one of the competitors of content server, but currently FileNet is completely out of market. But when we compare the other competitors, like Google Drive or SharePoint or some of the competitors, but the thing is, right, Drive is used on a different purpose currently, not on organizational level. So why? Because Google Drive, every individual level, it is easier to use. But at an organizational level, if we think of it, right, it is not in a structured way. Okay, so you would understand when I start to explain further why, because Google Drive is a huge product that is ruling the market. But on seeing about the document management for an organization, right, they don't have the structured way to maintain the documents. Same thing goes for SharePoint. Why? Because SharePoint also has document management system, but the permission level maintenance, or the maintaining documents in a structured way, is not defined properly in both of these. so that it doesn't meet all the business requirements. So that's the reason when I say business requirements, right? I don't know for what purpose or what domain you have been working on, but I'll give you an example of various domains where these are currently used. So be it manufacturing domain or be it life sciences domain, means all
Yeah, I'm
the
working on pharmaceutical domain.
Okay. Okay. So in that case, there will be various scenarios to store the documents, after filling the forms, the end storage might be the content server. So in that way, there can be various scenarios to store the documents. But why do we require content server? So that we can have as a question, so that we can conclude, because there are various ways we can store those documents also, like even the drives, cloud accounts also, right? Azure or the Google, any like cloud platforms we can choose to store the documents. But again, how to maintain it in a structured way and access it based on permission levels, setting the permission levels, all those things are there. So that's the reason organizations are choosing the content server product. And content server is currently the leading product in they're the market leaders in with respect to document management system. Why? Because no, the permission, not only the permission levels or maintaining the documents in a structured way, they provide various features to the documents that are being stored. Since some of the basics are like the live reports, web reports, or the workflows, right? In the same way, we can do lot of things with the documents that are stored in the content server. So with that, you might know, like let's say if you are storing some documents in your drive, right? You have certain set of restrictions that you can do with those documents. So which means you can share those with someone, like setting the permissions, or share with everyone based on the link that you provide. But that is at a user level, on a small level. But at the same time, how if you open your drive or maintain various folders, this, that, or based on year, and still there are various limitations on how you store them and recover them, or how you treat those documents, like how to pull the reports from there, or how to automate various things. All those things are restricted with you compare SharePoint and Google Drive or any other provider that offers a document management system. So now we'll see on what level the features are, so that can help you out to work with those or play around with those documents that are there. So now, any questions like what's the basic purpose of this product, Deepak?
Uh, uh, Good. So far it is good. Yeah,
Okay, it can be
you can
clumsy
continue.
at the start. Yeah, like there are, because for each of the organization or each of the business requirements, what to say, the scenarios will be different, and the storage can be used on different levels. But when we go further with the sessions, right, and the next half an hour or 1 hour, right, after explaining the features, you will get to know more, and with each of the sessions you will get to know more. Okay, what on what purpose we are going using this product actually. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm. Okay, Deepak. So, not only on an standalone basis, so it's a browser-based, web-based application, right? So, not only web-based we can application it is, they have a separate application called Enterprise Connect. So that comes as a package along with the content server. So if you install it on your local, right, you can use the content server on your local also, like how you see your drives on your machine. When you install that Enterprise Connect, so what happens, you will be able to see all the contents that are stored in Content Server, like you see your normal folder structure in your local machine. So you might know how to add a shared network path, right? On any server, if any path is there, you can add as a network path. In the same way, Enterprise Connect acts so that the browser-based application, the way that it's added as a folder structure in your local. So whatever folders you have access to opens like normal folders, and you can perform various operations there also. All the functionalities are not enabled, like live reports, web reports are not enabled for Enterprise Connect, but you can use to some extent on your local also, since it's a document management system, right? So if that functionality is there, you can use it to store the documents directly by copy paste, or putting it dragging and dropping there, or you can do all those things over there using the Enterprise Connect. So that's one of the things. Not on, so to say that it's not only a web-based application. So that is the thing. So apart from that, this application can be integrated with various applications. Okay, like Content Server provides its own connectors to connect with various applications like SAP or HR applications. Um, Also, but at the same time, without direct connectors, we can use the web services or APIs to write a small code to integrate or call those web services and integrate with Content Server, so that any application, be it any application, there are no restrictions at all. You can integrate with any complicated or minor application with Content Server by using the APIs or the web service calls, and use all the functionalities end to end without any limit. So that is also one of the thing, and will see all of those things in the upcoming sessions also, while discussing about the features. Mm, Currently, we'll start off with the basic features that what it provides. So as I was saying, it is a global document management system only, where you can store and maintain your documents end to end in a structured way. And when I'm saying in a structured way, I'll explain you when I explain the features also. Okay. First, I'll start off with the basic features that are present there. Since it's a document management system, you need to add the documents into it, right? So how you add the documents into the Content Server? So that can be one of the question. So it offers a feature like the drag and drop. You can select the documents and from your local, and just drag it and drop it into Content Server so that it directly loads. I'll open one of the environments and I'll show you how we perform all those things also. Okay, so drag and drop is also one of the features, and at the same time, you can add as you have an add feature also, where you can add the documents. Okay, so that
Yes,
is also one
we
of
can add
yeah, that
folders, documents
uh
using
right,
that
right.
feature. Yes.
Yes, correct. So that is also there. And at the same time, we have a feature called edit. Let's say you have added all the office-based, Microsoft Office-based documents mostly are editable in the Content Server, depending on the version. So one more question: which version you have used, Deepak? Which version of
21.4.
Content Server? 21.4. Perfect. Then almost you have used the recent
Yeah.
versions only.
Coming to
So
intelligent online editor, we can view and edit in the website level itself, right?
right, correct. At the web level itself. So
Yeah.
directly, so we have a Brava viewer, which allows you to
Yeah.
open it in the browser level itself. So directly it opens. There no need to download the documents. So based on the permissions that you have, directly you can open and edit the document. So that is one thing, and also
And this is
another thing.
Brava
Mhm,
is the
mhm.
latest version, right? Which is
Correct.
developed by
Brava.
OpenText.
Yes, yes, correct. Like from 16.2 above versions, right? Brava is the intelligent or like online viewer that is used. So before that version, so like 10.5 and before, it is called as live link actually. Now we call as content server, and then in the URLs also you might see CS, right? CS.exe. So
Yeah.
that is content server. Before that, before 16.2, 10.5 is the old version, and before that 9 and before. Okay, 9 and the older versions. So in those versions, they call that as live link actually. So live link is the start for content server. So basically, it started with live link only. After that, if you see after 10.5, the jump is to 16.2. So that's a huge jump because they completely changed various things. Means they completely introduced lot of features that and discontinued various features in 10.5. We will be discussing those also. What all changes that came into, because in case if you are giving an interview, right, at that point of time you will understand um, why this difference is required, because
Okay.
yeah, because you know about the data, any of the database tables, mm, any idea
Oh,
about any one or
like
two tables, D3, D3 core, or like that?
yeah, yeah, yeah. D3. Yeah, yeah. I have idea.
Oh, okay, okay. So why? Because if you know about D3, any idea? D3 is the table where
D3 is for
all
users and groups. Yeah, will track. Extract the users and groups.
No,
Right.
no, COF actually, COF table, KUAF, COF. There only all the users, all the user information would be there in COF
Yeah.
table. In D3, all the content server information, like whatever document is stored, right, that will be present in the D3 table. Okay,
Yes.
so so end to end, if let's say if you are loading one document into content server, so that document data ID and that document permission level and the document name, where it all parent ID, everything will be present into that D3 table only. So till 10.5, it was only D3. And from 16.2 above versions, right, you have D3 and D3 core. So both the tables will be there. Both D3 and D3 core will be there. Why? Because
Okay.
all those things, that explanation I'll be giving when we are seeing about the tables also. Because for tables we'll have a separate session where we'll cover all the major tables that are used. Okay. So you need not
Okay.
worry. All the at the start only one for first one or two sessions, right? You might feel that it is left out here, there, and all those things. But don't worry about that. Once I explain about the features, right, slowly for those features, what are all the tables, mm, and how where all it is interconnected, all those things I'll be connecting or explaining. And also no worries, and when we are connecting, when I'm telling about those connections, right, I'll be giving an overview about the previous sessions where we discussed about that old topic also. So you will
Okay.
be able to connect those dots where all it is connected, and how the feature is interlinked, all those things. So you need
Okay.
not worry about that. And if you have any questions, you can stop me anytime. Okay. So in that way, it will be easier for me also and you also to get to know more about the product. Any questions, simple, very
Okay.
basic questions also, you need not worry. You can ask. We'll discuss. We can make it as a like talkative, more about discussion only. Okay, we'll discuss, and then we'll take it forward. You need not worry about that. Okay.
Okay. Oh.
Yeah. Okay, Deepak. So in that way, where I started, yeah, Brava, right? Yes. So in 10.5, they called that editor as Office Editor. So you can note this also if required, or you can go through this recording also anytime. So in 10.5, the online viewer was called as Office Editor. And from 16.2 and above versions, it is called as Intelligent Online Edit, which Brava supports to view and more. Without Brava also we can view it, because Brava is a licensed module where they have to pay and purchase the module. Without Brava also we can view the files by using, because they have the inbuilt feature called Intelligent Online Edit, which is the Intelligent Office Editor, and the old version is an just Office Editor. Okay, with Brava, what all we can do is it allows you to mark, which means you can annotate, you can do lot of things, like you can highlight few things, you can select few things and add a notes anywhere, like in a what to say, in a licensed Adobe version, right, complete licensed Adobe version, you'll be able to what to say, highlight anywhere with the highlighter, or mark, select something and mark a few notes there, this line if you want to remember, like those things, right, you will be able to do in Brava. So those additional features are there. So in that case, if you do those markings, you will be able to easily identify few things and all those things. In that way only they call. So that's why it is a separate licensed module. And every document, if you open in Brava, it considers it as a PDF file. Okay, so it generally opens or converts and opens like it treats every document as a PDF format. So let's say you are opening a PPT, it takes some time to load, and opens it. Ideally, it opens it, but the way it opens, it will be like you are seeing a PDF document. Why?
That is
Because
based on feature, right?
no, no, that is converting a document to a BLAZON. Like a PDF file is
Okay.
a BLAZON
He,
feature.
here
Why I'm
it's
saying,
automatic.
yeah, automatic in the background, because you try to use that and see, or I'll show you. If
Okay.
you try to open any document, right, it it opens in a way that it looks like a PDF file.
Yeah, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. I can observe. Yeah, yeah. That's correct.
Mm, yeah,
Yeah.
if you see, it would treat like a pre-PDF file, but you might not know that. In the background, it will
Yes.
be like a, normal opening only, but it doesn't disturb any file. It doesn't do anything to the file. Okay, so that's the reason.
Yes.
So, so if you can see on the top URL, Brava viewer only opens that. Okay, it takes some time to load based on the type of the document. So if you see here, it was an Excel
No,
document.
actually, Vicky, your screen is stuck, or
Oh,
are you?
sorry. Yeah, wait, I was sharing that screen alone. Let me screen completely. So if you see this is one of the Excel documents. I'm opening it, and on the top, if you see the URL, it's a Brava viewer. Okay, so it was an Excel document only, but Brava viewer, it opens it like a PDF file. It reads in that way, but generally Excel, no one tries to open it in a Brava viewer. But just to give an idea only, it treats in that way only. Every file is a PDF only. So annotate means just you can do marking, highlighting, select a few areas, or add a picture. Lot of things you can do. So all those things are there. So why? Because for a personalized feature only with Brava it allows. So when we discuss Brava individually, right? That time we can see all the individual Brava features. Okay, so now to give an idea only.
Okay.
Let me come to the feature. So that's the reason online, or like what allows you to use the online edit only. So it's an Brava viewer that allows you to view the files, or the intelligent online edit. So that's one. And the third feature is and one more feature that we want to see is version control. So I'm not sure how much version limit your project has set, but ideally we can set like version to any limit, 100, 200, or unlimited also for
Yeah,
any
unlimited also.
documents. Yeah, unlimited also. But there are few complications when you set mm, limit to unlimited or limit to a huge number. Why? I'll explain. So you know why the version control is required, right? So let's say we have a folder. That folder, let's say that is a monthly report document where everyone has to upload, or let's say it's a document where everyone has to provide their own format also. Something like that. Let's say every that particular document has to have a various version. Okay. Um, or let's say, okay, let's say you're filling a timesheet, something like that. You have a timesheet in an Excel document, or you're filling your what to say, mm, if you're in shift or any allowance document, something you're
Status
filling.
or else daily
Yeah, so
status.
some status. Let it be a single document. It can two things can be there. It can be a single document also, where you can what to say set as restrict that document by what we call that. I forgot the feature. No, reserving that. Let's say if it is a single document, you can reserve that document. Let's say if you want to maintain various versions to that document, you can use this feature to add versions, right? But if let's say if you are having 100 users and every 100 user is maintaining 100 versions to it, there can be a lot of confusion, right? Yeah. So
Yes.
that is one thing. Like in general, we can say that unlimited or 100 versions can be added when we come to a business scenario, right? When we come to a business scenario, like any project submission is there, and everyone has their own format. There can't be 100 people adding 100 versions, right? So that can lead to a lot of confusions, 100 different versions, and maintaining, like, it can lead to confusions. Or if the business scenario is there to have 100 versions, that is fine. But let's say if you are an administrator in an organization maintaining for that customer, you will be in a position that you will end up in a what to say you will end up facing lot of issues. Why? Because if you are having 100 versions to a document, let's say you are working at OpenText directly, so there should be two scenarios that you have to, because currently you are working in a service organization supporting a customer, right? So
Yes.
let's say, yeah, at one point, let's say you are working at OpenText, right? At that point, what happens if you are offering, or if you are saying that customer, you can have n number of versions. That too, you should say that based on their scenario only, business scenario. If their business scenario requires 100 versions to be maintained, that's fine. But if it's not at all required, then we shouldn't allow. Okay, why? Because let's say if hundreds of versions, if you are allowing them to use, and at one point of time, right, anyone who has permissions to that folder will be able to delete any version by mistake. Or if they might be in a position, okay, anyone can add the document if the 101 if 100 versions are allowed, or 101th version is added, the oldest version gets deleted. That you are aware, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so the oldest version, which may, or the first version gets deleted. So in that
Mm.
case, no one might know who deleted that. So because in that case, in the audit, if you go in audit and check, it will show as admin, because automatically it deletes the oldest version. So no one knows who deleted, and recovering that will become a difficult task. So at that point of time, what they will do, they will reach the vendor, or if OpenText is the direct support, they will come to you and say, So I added a document that was my own version, and it's not there now. I want that file now. So in that way, a lot of complications can come. So this is one of the business complications that can come. Okay.
Okay.
So why I'm saying this? Because like when I was in OpenText, right? So these are some of the complicated scenarios that we face. So when we allow users to use all the when we tell them directly that these many versions are allowed and you can use it, you should tell them with the consequences also, so that they don't end up saying I added this document yesterday and now it's not there, or someone has deleted that. So I want that file now. They end up and saying that I want that file now. Okay, you can. There is a way to recover the file in recycle bin.
Yeah, to avoid
So
this complication, we can set up a permissions to the users,
uh,
right?
yeah, permissions to the users, so that is also there. But as a best practice, so there are few, I'll also be explaining some of the best practices also, so
Okay.
which will be easier for you to at a business level or at an interview level when you want, it will be helpful for you. So this is a best practice or best use case that will be recommended for a customer. Okay, why? Because 10 or 20. Usually, OpenText gives you the version limit to set as 10. So it would be very easier to maintain the version limit. So, depending on your organization, it's well and good that you can go ahead and use the version to a higher level. Not at all a problem, but as a best case scenario, 10 is the version limit that OpenText recommends. Okay. Yeah, it's not, I'm not saying that it's a restriction that it's OpenText offers, but depending if an organization has lakhs of users that are using OpenText content server, and in that folder, if thousands of users are there, it's better to confirm with the users, do you how many version to a document, all those things. It's better to discuss upfront, so that you avoid all these scenarios. Yeah, that is one thing. Yeah, and another thing is to avoid that, we can recommend the users to use the lock or reserve feature. You might know, right? Mhm. Are you aware of reserve, Deepak?
Like to restrict the users, giving
Uh, yes,
for user
yes,
like
correct.
giving the
Yeah,
permissions. No.
no, permission is different and this is different. So if you see when we go to functions menu, let's say I'm opening this file, right? So
Yeah.
if you have an option to
Reserve.
reserve that.
Yeah.
Okay, if you click that reserve, what happens? Reserve. Since I'm using the administrator, it asks me various which reserve by which user it's asking me. But generally, if an end user is using, for them it won't ask that directly. It will reserve that. So let me submit it. Okay, if
Like only
I'm going
he
to
can edit and he can delete, right? That like
right, right.
when
Hmm.
I'm using this document, if I reserve
Correct.
this, no one
Hmm.
can edit and no one can delete. He can see,
Exactly.
read. He
Yeah.
has only read access rather than
Yes.
me.
Correct. Yes,
Yeah,
correct. So
got it.
let's say, yeah, reserve option does that only. So the same scenario that I was explaining, like a single document where you are filling your timesheet or goal, or not goals, your, what to say, mm, any what is that, any timesheet kind of attendance kind of, or any monthly report, or any shift allowance document, let's say any, because shift allowance document some organizations might have as a single document where every user has to fill in for their under their name, and by the end of the month, the owner of the document, right, will reserve the document, so that he will restrict the access to everyone else. So if he
Yeah.
is the owner of the document, he will reserve the document. So others after that can't view that. Only view can, he can they can view the document, but cannot edit that. Okay, so only the owner can edit that, and once he performs or does whatever required, he can unreserve the document. Okay, so if he doesn't have the required permissions to reserve, right, he cannot reserve also. That restrictions are also there. Okay,
Okay.
so that is also there. So drop, intelligent online edit, version control and all, right? So any doubts with that, Deepak? Any doubts you
No,
want to have? Mm.
no. We can drag
Mm.
how many I mean, no, there is no limit to drag and drop. We can select
Uh,
at a time 10,
y-
20, and we can drag.
yes, correct. So n number of files, like, but basically it allows 500 files at a time. After that, it won't allow. So you can
Okay.
set that limit also in administrator. Okay. So like 500 files basically by default it allows. Okay.
Okay.
So that it doesn't get overloaded also, content server. So that is there. So in that case, drag and drop I need not show you uh, in this environment, right? No, no, is it required? If required, I will show that also.
No, 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 not
Not
required.
required, right? Okay.
Mm,
And adding a file individually, adding a document individually also, we can do
yeah.
from here. So, so you can name the document or browse the document from your local and add the document. Yeah. So that is also there
Yes.
from, yeah, or you can create a new document. So those things are there. Control online edit
Yeah.
we saw. Yeah, what was that? How Brava opens, and about
Yes.
Brava and Blazon separately in a separate session we will discuss. So you need not worry. What all we can do with Brava and Blazon.
Uh,
Version
Hi,
controls.
Vicky.
I
Yeah.
think. Okay, so I'll like how to add a version. Are you
Yes.
aware? Sorry,
Going
no, no,
to
no, no.
function menu and click on add
Uh-huh.
version. We can.
Okay, okay, fine. That is fine. And setting the version limit also, are you aware, Deepak?
No, no, no.
Okay, okay. Yes. So if you go to now on a single for file I have opened, I went to the function menu, properties, and then specific. Okay, in that, if you
Okay.
see max version is set to unlimited, right? So here you will
Okay.
be able to change the versions, number of versions, how much ever you want, you can change that. Okay, so in the
Okay.
same way, this is for a file level. On a folder level also you can do. Okay,
Okay.
so yeah, because on a file level individually also we can do, or on a fold. Mostly we will do at a folder level only, or if required, or if the business requirement is there, on a file level also we can set the version limit. So here it is unlimited. We can choose any number of versions, ranging from one to any number. We can choose and set it. So under specific only functions, properties and specific, you will be able to do that. So that thing is there. To do the audit also. Every activity is audited. That also you are aware, right? Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah. So whoever added a version, reserved, unreserved, viewed, everything, we will be able to see that. So that also is there through audit. And when we are discussing about the DB and all, right, database tables, audit table, for each of the thing in which table it is stored, all those things I'll explain you. Okay, so it will be easier for you. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, at that time, these connections you will be able to connect. Like, okay, audit, these details are there. So when you are writing a live report, right, when you are writing a query, so you can combine multiple tables and you will be able to write a report that can fetch you the required details. Yeah, on a high level, you can write various reports, and if you are aware of the tables completely, it becomes very easier for you to fetch or write multiple reports or automate multiple reports through web reports. Okay, so those
Okay.
things are there, and I think under versions, you will be able to see the various versions and who has created that or added that. You will be able to see all those things also are there, right? And yeah, here only the like one. Let's say now if I have said 10 versions, and all the 10 versions will be listed here, and the oldest version gets deleted when I add the 11th version, right? Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm. Okay, then reserve or unreserve also we have seen. Okay. Um, Anything else? Okay, PDF creation and notification. That also we'll cover today, and remaining topics will continue in the next session, so that it will be easier for you. Without any confusion, you would be there. Yeah. As of now, any confusions or any doubts, Deepak,
No, no, no,
which I have to repeat. Okay.
no.
Okay, Deepak.
It is going good.
Mhm. Okay, okay, Deepak. So actually, so any idea about notifications, or
Yeah,
so that I can. Mhm.
we can set the notification in this application itself.
Right. Yeah, at a folder level or file level also, we
Yes.
can set the notifications. And why it is helpful, I'll tell you. So in the
No,
same way,
when other user add to that, I mean any
mm,
document to that folder, we will get that notification. I mean alerts to our mail.
exactly. Yeah, exactly, correct. So, if we have an owner to that folder, and there are multiple other users with permission level lower than a owner, read write or read only. At that point of time, if a owner wants to know what's all happening there, when anyone adds a document or adds a version, all those things, if he wants to know, he can set the notifications to that particular folder. Yeah, so you are correct. So under the set notification, we'll be able to achieve all the things. So when an item is added, when a version is added, a topic, reply, news are all the inbuilt content server features that if required we can discuss, or not. If not, we'll leave it, because those are all of not of much importance, which won't help you much in any interviews or anywhere actually. So
Okay.
that is fine. Yeah, but basically these are all a compound document, or a compound document also we'll discuss separately in the session. Why
Okay.
a compound documents is required. Okay, why? Because right, it's similar to a version only. Maybe when you see or any a PDF, like if you see a book, right, you see index, and in that index page you will be able to see the under a title of the. Let's say there is a book that you are seeing, or an online version of that book. You see the index page, right? Under each of the header, subheadings also will be there, like subtopics to that particular heading, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a compound document is that only. It's like you are going to create a book. That is going to be what to say, updated frequently. Let's say if someone is in the process of like you are added to a new project, right? You are in a current project. Let's say you are added to a new project that is completely new. Okay, and in that case, you, some in those cases, what will happen when the or every project, what they will do whenever you complete something, they document it, right? Whenever you do something,
Yes.
okay, this is the first release, we are going to document few things, and what all we did, what all subtopics are there, what all the features, all those things they will document, right? So in that purpose, a compound document will be helpful instead of creating in a Word document, right? Inside a content server itself, you can create a compound document, and then and there, every day updates, you can update it, and automatically it will be saved. Why it is very helpful, let's say if you are adding a document, and that document, not in a content server, let's say you are adding a document in Teams, it's a shared document, you give permissions to various people, and you set permissions there also, and everyone can add their own content there, right? And after that, that document has to be structured, and all those things are there. Instead, directly into content server, you can create a compound document, and under each header, you can set various permission levels. And let's say everyone will not be handling the same module. Each person will be handling a different module if they are developing, testing something, right? So in that compound document, we can create various subtopics, and for each of the topics, we can give permissions to those respective users, so that for their own topics they can add their content, and that at the finally when that is done, right, that document becomes like a complete book, so or a release document for that particular project. So it becomes easier parallelly. Sometimes what happens, by the end of the project only they document everything. So here you can do it then and there, so that by the end of the year it becomes as a release parallelly. So that's a compound document basically. So in that way, whenever a or anyone adds revision means any new in content server, any new changes has been done to a compound document, they call it as a revision. Okay, so whenever a revision is added, that also can be notified. And categories, are you aware, Deepak?
Yes. Categories have.
Ah, categories also, right? Okay. We'll be discussing categories also in the upcoming sessions, and on how high level, how we add categories at permission levels, and how it is useful in search. Categories, how on searching various documents in a folder, how it is useful also we will see. So
Yeah.
yeah, in that way, for this notifications, how it is helpful when categories are added, all those things this set notification allows you, so that at a folder level you can set notifications for all of these, and you will receive these as an emails, right?
Yeah.
Notifications,
N-
as of now.
No. Okay.
Okay, okay.
If you're free,
Mm-hmm.
we'll perform one hands-on about this notification. Like by
Mm-hmm.
adding emailing groups or
Mm-hmm.
permission user, like
Okay, yeah,
setting
yeah.
notification.
Yes, so let's say, see a report one. Let me choose an item as an item. Yeah.
Submit.
Basically, the permissions also should be there.
Yeah. See, if folder
Yeah.
has different groups of permissions, if we set
Mm-hmm.
a notification, then it
Mm-hmm.
will go to everyone, right? Like it will alert to everyone when we set permission. How can
No, no,
we
no, no.
resolve this?
Oh, okay, how to restrict that? You are
Yes.
saying that,
Yes.
right? Okay,
Yes.
okay. I understand your question now. Okay, so got it. So, if you are in what level of access you have? I think you should be having an admin, admin or admin
Yeah.
access, right? In content
I
server.
don't have admin access, but I can edit and I can, I mean, add
Okay,
documents,
so
add, yeah.
okay, okay. So in that case, right, if there is an end user, right? So even I don't have an user access, I have a BizAdmin access only. But I'll tell you why. If since I'm a BizAdmin or admin, right, it shows me that set notification feature. Okay.
Okay.
So if you are an end user, you will not see that feature only. Okay.
Okay.
Only, which means only the owner. Okay, let's say, let's create a permission. I'll show you that. Okay, so yeah, a owner who has a complete access to it. Okay, so he will only be able to set the notifications for a particular file or folder.
E
Okay,
Yes, what
so
I'm
which
asking is
means
if
uh-huh.
one group like
Mm-hmm.
take any like owner test,
Mm-hmm.
that
Okay.
group has every permission like see
Okay.
content, edit and delete permissions.
Yeah.
And
Correct.
in that
Mm-hmm.
group, some end users are there like me and you and some other
Mm-hmm.
like two
Mm-hmm.
or three people. If
Mm-hmm.
I can able to set permissions, right? In that case,
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, yeah, you can see that's what individually also you can set or see that's what that way only permission level varies. Okay, so
yes,
this is a BizAdmin, right? So
yes,
under BizAdmin, the ID is single only. So it's a single ID, it's not a group. Okay,
okay,
so if you are going to give, if a complete user group is having admin access, right? Everyone
yes,
in that group will be able to um, like receive it, but it's not like that. It's not a group login access, right? It's an individual login access only.
yes,
Let's say you're a part, let's say you're a part of a owner test group, and you have all the permissions, right? And
yes,
you are setting the permissions, right? And if
yes.
you are setting the permissions, only you will receive the email. Okay,
How
it's
can it
not every.
possible? Like have that mail address of me, right?
Yes, yes, correct. But yeah,
Yeah.
you are correct only. But the thing is, while setting the notification, it takes at an individual level. So it is asking you only. Okay, it's not the entire group. So it is
Okay.
a individual login, like user-based
Okay.
login only, right? There you
Yes.
can be part of multiple groups. Like you are not only part of that particular group, right? So you are part of various. You can be part of multiple. Let's say some admins can be a part of any end user group also in the same folder,
Yes.
right? It doesn't mean that and that folder also will have some of the edit permissions also. So in that case it doesn't mean that that group also will receive the notifications. It's not at all like that. It is your to simplify it, right? It is your own additional feature that the product has given you to your own comfort. Okay,
Okay.
so to your own comfort, you only want to know whenever you like. Same thing. If you are having your mobile, right? So whenever you install your app, you are only giving the permission to allow to send
Notification.
notifications, right?
Yes.
Yes, it acts in the same way only. You are only going to set the notifications for you yourself.
Okay.
So
Okay.
not for any it's not for any group. It's for your own ID
Okay.
only. You're logged in with your ID, so it's for that particular group. So
Yeah, I will try. I will try.
yeah, yeah, you can try that. So in that
Yeah.
way, other group members won't be notified in that actually. Yeah. So if that would be a separate thing, those right? If multiple people has to receive emails, right? That can be triggered through a web report only. Okay,
Okay.
so in
Okay.
a through a web report or a live report, where you can add send notifications, you can set this feature, and you can
Yes.
there it allows you to select the group, which all group you want to select
Yes.
there. So there you can add the group or individual users you can do, and by that way you will be able to send the notification, and you
And
can
there,
add an event.
for that group, we can add emails also, right?
Yeah, yeah. Individual emails also you can add, or
Yeah.
further groups also you can add. And on what event it should trigger also you can add. All those things are there. So nothing to worry in that. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay. So that is fine. So that's the it's not only for user business level, it's for an individual user level to get notified on any event that happens in that particular folder to track those things. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So for today, we'll stop with notifications. PDF creation, with the PDF creation, I'll cover Blazon also tomorrow. And
Okay.
tomorrow session is fine for you, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay, okay, then fine, no issues. Okay, so after that, let me show you PDF creation and integrations, how we integrate reports, workflows. Uh, so all these are screenshots only, reserve functions menu. Mhm. So and architecture and resource planning, multiple things we'll be discussing. No worries, we'll cover all the end-to-end concepts. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Anything you want to add, like you want additionally to cover, Deepak, along with these topics?
See,
Mhm.
actually, coming to content server, we have archive center server and
Mhm.
retentions policy we have.
Yes, yes, correct.
Yeah, can you cover archive server little bit?
Yes, yes, I can cover archive server also. No worries. I don't have an archive server environment, okay, with me, but I can cover the topic for you, and I can share the documentation, end-to-end documentation for you. Okay,
Okay,
whichever
thank
version, whichever version you want, I can share the document for that. And how that archive server we can map with content server, I
you.
can
Okay.
explain. I can explain you theoretically completely, but I don't
Mm.
have that archive server with me
Yeah, I
currently.
need only
So
theoretical. It's better
yeah,
to know about
theoretically
archive
and
server also, right?
like I have listed some of the basic features only, not all the features. So those all features will be as and when we continue with the session. So those all will be getting covered one by one. So this is an intro kind of session. So for that, some of the basic functionalities and features only I have listed down. The rest all we will be discussing as individual modules only. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Okay. Some issues. And yeah. So we'll start with the PDF creation. Yeah, so as we were discussing yesterday, right? Using the Blazon module, we'll be able to create PDFs like on demand, which means like based on the requirements as and when, if we want to convert the documents as a PDF, we can use the Blazon module to convert them. So as I was saying, this is a licensed module. If they require it really, if an organization or anyone who's using this content server, if they want this module really, whether based on their project requirements, sometimes they might need to convert lot of incoming documents to PDFs. So what they will do in those cases, they might really need this module. So in that cases only they purchase this Blazon module. Else, it's not necessary for every organization or every team that uses content server to purchase Blazon. So it's an optional module only. Else, if Blazon is not there, intelligent like online editor, intelligent online editor or office editor will be helpful to open the documents from the browser itself. So, why means in certain cases, certain organizations, right, they might have a requirement they might have integrated with an application that will save a form, like because somewhere any forms, let's say you were saying it's a pharmaceutical project, right? So even I worked for one of the life sciences domain where they fill multiple forms. It's like a survey for a new what to say medicine that is launching into the market. It is like a survey from all of the end users who are going to use that medicine. So in India, we don't have that survey, whereas in Europe and US regions, right, every individual or every person in the country has the right to fill in the survey for the medicine that they are using that is newly into the market. Okay, in that way, if let's say if 1 lakh you employ, people are come filling the survey, it comes and saves us a form. And what happens by the end of that year or particular month, they need to submit those forms to the drug agency, like US drug agency, which means it to the government. In that case, they can't submit them as forms only. They need to convert to PDFs. So in this way, the requirement to every organization can be different. So like they might have their own reason to convert the documents to PDFs. So like why I gave that example because we might have a question why to convert why anyone would need to convert that many documents to PDFs, but there will be a reason or a requirement based on the organization that uses the product. So that's the reason. So in those kind of scenarios they might have to convert lakhs and lakhs of like millions of documents to PDFs. So in that case, it is really necessary for them to purchase the Blazon module. So if the load of data to be converted to PDF is lesser, means they can use their existing server itself to install the Blazon module. Else, if the load is going to be huge, means they would purchase a new server itself, and in that server they would specifically install only Blazon for the conversions and all. Okay, so in that cases, in that case, what will happen? They will schedule it as a job itself. The Blazon will be scheduled as a job, which means they will run as batches. Mm, I think you might have seen for a particular folder, you can select entire set of files and send to Blazon. You have the option, and it will allow you to run in batches, which means run in that Blazon. I think we don't have Blazon. Let me see. I have that. I can show that. It's nothing complicated. Same process goes for everything. Only thing is if you're going to schedule it through web report, we can handle that. So run as a schedule. You select a source for that, and then what you do, you run the batches accordingly.
Okay.
Yeah, I'll just show you. So when we say web reports, right, the source of a web report can be anything. So you can run anything or
Yes.
do, automate anything to using a web reports. In that case, your source can be a live report or a lot of things you can do. You can even like invoke a workflow also. So when you have a workflow created, you can use that web report to run a workflow itself into it. After that, many things in that way we can do. Like we can't limit the what to say features or functionalities of a web report. When you think when you think something, right, like I can tell you like these all things web report can do. but I can miss out few things. But based on the requirement that you get, right? So you can think which will be of a better solution or approach, whether a web report or just using a workflow alone, you can implement that. So in that way, you can think a few things and you can
Okay.
start implementing them. But if you know what it does and what all features are there, how you can implement them, it's then easier for you. That's more than enough in that case. Listen, publish. Yes, we have listen, publish. Let me, let's just select it. Hmm. Okay. So you must have seen how Blazon works, right? Or mm,
No, I didn't see.
no. Oh, okay, okay, fine, fine. So in that case, okay, I'll show you. So this is how for a single file or let's say three files I'm doing, right? So you see this feature. So sometimes what happens, so 16.2 and all, you will see here itself. Okay, but it's again a column only. Here you can add that also to add that option to place on publishers place on. But here, yeah, you see that when you can select multiple items, select place on publish. So publishing order, in which order it should run these files. You can select them, and three types of formats it allows basically. Like as a basic module, it allows first as a the PDF conversion is the first format, then the CSV format, and the TIFF format. So TIFF format is nothing but an image format only. So image PNG and all we have, right? In the same way, TIFF is also one of the image format, which is also a document image. Like other image formats are direct image formats, but this is a kind of a document. It's a image only, but it's a kind of a document. So TIFF also is one of the allowed formats that it allows to convert, and CSF is one of the other format. I'm also not exactly sure what CSF is, maybe based on the uh, requirements that can be helpful. Mhm. And I have not used CSF format, but it allows the conversions. Let's see what that is. Um, okay, so it's kind of a image, compressed image. Okay. Okay, okay, understood. So any file that we have exported from Photoshop or an editor tool, right? From that, so those kind of conversion files, so which can be imported directly into these kind of Photoshop or Illustrator editor, all those things. Okay, no need to worry about the file formats and all, but the basic thing is Blazon basically converts any file into a PDF and a TIFF, and other allowed formats are CSF. And if you want to customize that, how it has to look like, right? So you can choose in these options. Okay, because you are converting a document on your own, right? So any document into a PDF format or a TIFF format. So you can add a watermark to it. Watermark like copyright you are going to do to that PDF. So it will have whatever watermark you are going to put into that document, and where you have to add that watermark also it allows you to do. So you don't want to disturb the contents of the documents, right? So you can select the watermark positions, and based on that what color the watermark font everything should look like, you can select and put that watermark. Apart from that, rest all are normal PDF conversions, only setting the passwords, then width and height and all those things only. Okay, so these kind of conversions, but basically two major things every most of the organizations that they will use will be watermark options, and other thing will be a password protection. So these are some of the features that most of the organizations will use. Why? Because how Adobe is also one of the costliest product. So
Yes.
instead of so in that case, instead of purchasing Adobe for online conversions, right? So that okay, I forgot to say one thing here. So if any organization when they want to purchase content server, right? So they want to give in detail everything to OpenText, like which means all the end-to-end requirements. So based on that, they will customize the pricing and the require like what all modules they can incorporate. They will let you know, because so in that case, if they don't know that about Blazon what all it can do, right? So they might end up in end up purchasing a licensed Adobe also. So that is again an expensive one. So whereas if they are going to purchase into OpenText itself, already since they are purchasing content server, right? They might get it at a low cost only. So you might think like why we are discussing about this pricing, or why about this customizing and all, right? So as a starter, you might be a developer. Okay. So after you complete 5 to 7 years or 7 years and above, right, you will come into a position of an architect. Okay. When you are an architect, right? Your role will be in an organization. Every organization, like let's say a service-based company, instead of giving everything to OpenText, means when they are going to purchase OpenText, instead of using end-to-end support of OpenText, what they will do, they will use the help of they will get the help of an architect only to customize all those things. So an architect can design what all they want, what all they don't want. So based on that, they can provide the intimate open text that these all the requirements we have, and we want only these products, and we want the pricing for that only. So based on that, you will be able to get an estimate from OpenText, because sometimes OpenText might try to make you buy some additional products also. Mhm. Okay, so that's the reason. Okay, so that's why you about this pricing, or what all features every module offers also, it's better to be aware of. Okay.
Okay.
Mhm. Yeah, so but you don't need not worry about that when we discuss about the servers. I have a separate thing included in our session also. Mm, 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 which is that architecture and resource planning, right? When we discuss about the architecture and resource planning, I will explain you about how the discussion starts between any organization and OpenText, and how the resource planning or the architecture building starts. You will be getting to know in that phase. Why? Because it's better to know this from scratch, so that you can build your own architecture for an organization. So end to end, right, from how many servers required, and how many GBs of resource required, RAM and ROM and everything, you can plan for your own organization. So in that way, you will be able to design your own content server and requirements. So all these will be covered. It's not at all complicated. Okay, so it's just a matter of how you design your content server. Okay, that's
Okay.
it. Okay, so Blazon, right? Yes. So in that case, most of the organization prefer the Blazon module when they know about the feature. So one thing is adding a watermark and password protection to a file, because in some cases the document that they are going to convert can be a, very sensitive document, any government related document. So in that case, they might add a watermark and put the password also for protection. So that's the reason this feature might be more helpful to them. Okay. So apart from that, this is nothing but where is the file location that you want to convert, and also if you want to rename the files after conversion, so that also you can do. And after conversion, if you want to zip the files, you can zip them. And where the file has to be, so it has to be in the same folder, or if it is a different folder where you want to convert and store, so that also you can do here. Okay. And if you want the rename the file extension also, you will be able to do. So these are some of the features that Blazon will be helping you to do. So let's say I'm selecting in this admin home, right? Mm, Save as a new version. So for the, it's already in the BizAdmin. If the file is already existing in the destination location, and if you want to add them as a new version, so that will also happen. Okay. So let's see. I'm sending to Blazon, and how it works, you'll be able to see. So in this order or sequence, it will be converting. Okay, so in this way, you will be able to see it actually runs as a job only. So it goes to a staged folder. After that, finally, it publishes the documents. Submitted now. Finally, once it is successful, it will be completed. So one thing now we are discussing how this works from the UI perspective. I'm showing how we are converting the Blazon, converting the documents using the Blazon module. When we are individually seeing the Blazon module, right, I will show you how to install them also, and I'll share you the documentation also for that. Why? Because when you are working in a service-based organization, you will be seeing the UI part alone. Okay, but okay, in some cases when you have not taken the complete OpenText support, the entire support you will be doing. In that case, what you have to do, if any job is stuck in your own server and all, you need to go into the server and check what has happened and everything. You should be in able, like you should be in a position to check the logs as well. Okay, so in that case, how this flow happens, like when you install Blazon, what in the backend, what is happening, right? You need to know. So that flow also I'll be covering, so that what you will be in a position that when let's say now we sent to Blazon and we saw the result that it is submitted, which means it is successful. Let's say if it is failing, right? If it's failing, you should be able to track or debug it, so that you will be able to find the errors and fix them, right? You should be in a position to do all the things end to end. So if it's failing, instead of raising a ticket to open text every time, you should be in a position to understand what has happened. In that way, you will be able to identify the issue on seeing what has happened only. Okay, so that's the reason when we are covering the what's it, installation part of Blazon, right? We will cover that as well. Mhm. First one, mhm. Here it is completed. I think it is taking some time. Mhm. Yeah, so three stages, like three phase will be there. So one is the input. Like when we see the installation part, you will be seeing it completely. Like when you send a file, it goes to a input folder, and after that we have a staged folder. So it goes to the staged folder, and from there only the actual job will be processing the files. Okay. So one, if the file is failing, right, we have one more folder called error folder. In that way only we will be tracking inside the server. Like let's say you have installed this in one of the servers. In that particular server, these all folders will be there where you have installed. So one will be input, and another one will be staged folder, and you have the output folder and the error folder. So in that error folder, you will see the files that have failed, and in the output folder, you will be seeing the files that have completed the rendition, which means that has completed the PDF conversion. Okay. So that is the thing. And that folder, right, that input folder where the files are coming, they call that as a heartbeat folder. So because where that is where all the operations are happening. So just I'm covering that as a less as a touch base, but we'll be seeing all the content server installation, OTDS installation, Blazon, Brava, archive server installation. All those installation will be covered also. While seeing that, I'll be showing those folder structures as well. So, yeah, any doubts as of now, Deepak? Anything you want
No,
to?
no, Vicky, it's going good.
Oh, okay. So now, like when I'm covering the UI part and slightly when I'm giving a hint about the server where it is installed or how the folders are looking. So just that to give a hint or to make you aware of that, I want to cover that. Why? Because when I'm covering the installation, it will be much more clear that like you would be able to relate that. Okay, I told that this will be there, that will be there. So like to cover that as a touch base only. So at that point of time when we are seeing the installation part, right, you will be able to relate what all things we discussed at the starting stage. So that's the reason. And when I'm saying installation and all, it's not complicated. It's a straightforward installation. Like you just choose what you want, where you are going to install, and rest all it is directly handled by OpenText. So the steps are directly handled, and those folders get created automatically. And just I'm saying that these folders are there so that even when you are giving an interview, right? So yeah, it's not required that you need a hands-on. As you know that for a open text interview, there is nothing going. Everything is going to be verbal only, right?
Okay.
I don't know. Yeah, there is no, like let's say if you are attending a Java interview, right? So you will be having a 1 hour coding session, right? But whereas
Yes.
any in any of the open text interviews, there is nothing going to be like that. So they will be testing your skill set verbally only. Okay, they
Okay.
because they can't show, yeah, they can't show their environment to do or to implement all those things and all. So they will be checking you or and asking you cross questions whether you are aware of the product or not. So that's why I was telling that input folder is called as a heartbeat folder and all, because these all cross questions will be coming. So where
What is that?
the
Let
file
me
will
note
be
it down.
going.
What is the input
Yeah,
folder?
yeah, sure. You can. Yeah, it's called as a heartbeat folder.
Heart?
Okay, so the heartbeat,
Heartbeat.
heartbeat.
Okay, okay, okay.
Yeah,
Heartbeat
yeah,
folder.
yeah. They call that as a heartbeat folder. So let's say if you're attending an open text interview itself, right? Like giving a open text interview, that time what will happen? All these things that we are seeing on the UI, right? No questions will be coming from that part. Like basic questions will be coming. Mostly they will be covering asking questions about databases, database tables. After that, they will be asking you about the search architecture. how the search is working and all those things, and
Yeah,
how
search
you
filter.
whether yeah, search architecture also. I'll be covering the search architecture also into end. So I have that flow completely, and I'll share the search architecture documentation also. So you
Okay.
can go through that also. But no worries, we'll on the session itself I'll cover that so in a simplified way so that it becomes more easier. So in OpenText, how they want in the backend part only they will be expecting. If you are giving a direct OpenText interview, so it will be a backend kind of like how you will be able to check the logs when you see this error, that error, where you will be able to track in the logs or what are present in these tables, and all those kind of questions will be there in the open text interview. Or in any of the product companies or the service companies, the interviews they will be asking will be mostly about the UI part. So in UI, whatever you are seeing, right, whether you know to create a workflow, you know to how you create a live report, how you create categories and map them. So in this way only your questions will be. And by the end, when we complete our session, right, like all the entire session, when we are going to wind up, I'll give you a set of interview questions also. Okay. So that will
Okay.
be very much helpful for you. So from that questions, if you have any doubts also, you can let me know and help you out with those questions. Okay.
Okay.
Because
Thank you for that.
out of no, no, it's fine. Yeah, because out of those questions, only mostly you will be getting anything. And if you know that itself, you have covered most of the content server part. So that will be
Uh,
helpful for you. Okay.
okay.
So,
Okay.
yeah. So now I think here in our environment, place on publish is not working, I guess. Why? Because we converted and sent it to Blazon Publish, but it's still not available here in the module, which means it's still running. It shouldn't take that much time because I have never used in our environment. Like we have never used Blazon. I think the license could have expired, but this is the step for that. Okay, which you saw right when you send to publish. All every 5 seconds in the after publish it will be refreshing, and once it is successful, you when you come to the destination location, it should be present there. Usually it won't take this much time. It's a matter of some time only. It won't take this much time. Okay. Mhm. And when we are seeing the installation, I'll cover the backend part in the inside the server. How like Blazon functionality from the UI part. Uh,
No.
Deepak. No, right? So that's
No.
how you handle. Okay, okay, Deepak. So that's how you say, convert a single PDF or sorry, single file or about 10 files, 20 files to using Blazon. You convert it to into PDFs. But if you are going to
And
convert bulk files, yeah, yeah,
is
Deepak.
there
Yeah.
any limit to convert
No, no,
files to the PDF?
no, no, nothing like that. There is no such limit for that PDF conversions. Only thing is how your architecture or server is going to handle that load. As I
Okay.
was saying, right? Let's say
Yes.
you know about front-end servers, admin servers, and all, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So let's say you are having you have installed Blazon in your front-end server itself. So in that case, you are using an existing server itself. So if you are using an existing server, the RAM that is present in that server is going to be used for the front-end operations and also for Blazon operations also. So in that case, it can't handle heavy load. Okay. So if you're
Okay.
based on the load that you are going to handle, based on your organization requirements, right? So you need to choose how you want. So let's say if you're going to convert millions of files to PDFs using Blazon Publish, in that case you need to install it in a separate server. Okay. So
Okay.
that depends on your own requirements. Even the number of front-end servers that you are going to have also is completely dependent on your organizational requirements and the load. Mm, yeah. Okay. So
Okay.
there is no restriction to Blazon module. It can convert any number of files, n number of files. Only thing is, if you have given the Blazon, if you have given the Blazon module like enough number of resources, it can handle anything. Yeah.
Okay.
So that's why optimization is very important with respect to OpenText actually. So to cut down cost, any organization will use limited resources or limited modules or those things. So, but if you give optimal amount of resources to content server, right, it can handle the load very efficiently. Okay. Why?
Okay.
Because I have seen IBM using Content Server 9 version currently. Okay, one of the project in IBM, they are
Okay.
using Content Server 9 only, oldest version, and they are having 49 front-end servers to it. Okay, so they have
Oh.
not moved to, yeah, they are having 49 front-end servers and almost 30 to 40 admin servers. So they are fine with that version itself. They are saying that this version itself is running fine for them. They don't want the latest version, like they don't want the latest features. So no one is, I think, no one is using the UI part of content server there. So some backend conversions or all those operations are only happening for them. So they told it's fine for them. This version itself is handling it efficiently. So it's fine for them. Yeah.
Okay.
So then and there, I'll be giving such scenarios for you when we are
Okay.
covering the architectures. So it can be helpful anytime when you are giving interview. So
Yes. Yes.
because you might be getting scenario based questions also. So at that time, this can be helpful for you. Okay. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Deepak. So let's move on to next one, integrations, reports, and workflows. Okay, so integrations when
Vicky, your screen is stuck.
oh, okay, now is it visible?
Yeah, now it's
No. Okay, now I'm in integrations page, right?
yes.
Okay, so when I'm saying integrations, right, we can integrate content server with any of the product or any of the web-based application. Okay, the requirement based on this, that's also completely dependent on the requirement only. Like content server, like OpenText offers direct integrations to only two of the products. I'll tell you, one is SAP and another one is called SuccessFactor. Okay, I don't know if you have heard about SuccessFactor. Um,
Yeah, I had, but
uh,
not much.
heard about, right?
I had the name.
You worked on
Yeah,
it.
about.
That's, yeah, you have heard the name. That is fine. So, like your organization also might be using a HR portal or HR tool where your personal information or any of the organization, any of the employees' personal information is stored there, right? So in that way,
Yes.
every organization would be using some HR tool to maintain the employee records or employee information. So in that way, what is that, success factor is one of the HR tool that is offered by SAP directly. Okay, so SAP offers success factor as a HR tool and their regular SAP product. Okay, so I'm not sure if you're aware of what is an SAP tool. Like SAP is a ERP tool actually. ERP tool means Enterprise Resource Planning. Are you aware of what is that? Like what is an SAP? No need to be aware, but just asking you so that I can explain you that.
No, no,
Mhm.
no, Vicky.
No, okay, no issues. I can give a overview what it is so that you will be able to relate. Like let's say if you are going to a manufacturing company or no, let's you're going to a clothing store, right? Or you're going to a hypermarket. market or a shopping market, right? You will be able to see the billing that is happening there, right? So all
Yes.
those billing, yeah, for every person, for the billing that is happening, it has to be stored. uh, let's say you are purchasing some 10 items there, and for each of the item, the product value, product name, and the quantity and everything has to be predefined there already in the system, right? So based on that only, when they scan the code there, it automatically identifies the product and identify comes to the billing for you, right? So in the same way, once the billing is done, finally the product details, the purchase information, the invoice is also stored there. So to maintain all of these, they require some tool to handle that. In that way, there are a lot of tools in the market. There is a tool called QAD. There are a lot of ERP tools in the market. When you search ERP tools, you will get a list of ERP tools to handle that. But if your load is too much, like let's say, if the organization, or if the clothing store is functioning worldwide, or if the what to say, if that shopping store is like functioning worldwide, right? They need structured, or like they need a product that handles it more efficiently. So in that way, SAP is one of the biggest ERP tool that handles it with ease. It can handle any number of such load to operate worldwide, and at the same time maintain the records at the say at a global level. So in that way, now you would have got an idea. Like when you are at a billing counter, when they scan, they get that product information and everything, right? So in that
Yes.
way, an ERP tool will be able to maintain all those things. But one thing is, SAP is having a disadvantage there. They don't have a proper UI to it. So I don't know if you have seen the Tally tool, or if you go to a ATM machine, whatever UI you are seeing there, right? So that UI, those are oldest programming. Like they are built using COBOL actually. So they are the oldest programming languages, right? So for security, safety, and security reasons, they still maintain that language only, so that no one can hack through online processes. Okay, so that's the reason. SAP UI also is similar to that only, whatever you see on a ATM machine. So it's similar to that only. So they are not in a position to maintain the documents in a proper structured way. So in that way only, content server has introduced in the latest version extended ECM. So that's why earlier the versions were called ECM. So now they call it as XECM, extended ECM. Why? Because they have extended their support to SAP. So they integrate with SAP now, and make it more convenient for SAP users to see the data in a more lively way in their UI. Okay, so that's why OpenText is a gold partner for SAP, because they are enabling their storage, and whoever using SAP, whichever customer is using SAP, right? They are mostly preferring content server. Why? Because the end documents are directly stored. Because once the billing is done, the invoice details all will be stored into content server. So in that way, the handling is happening. Okay, when we are seeing the how we establish the XCCM to SAP connections, right? I will be explaining these steps in detail, where how the documents are coming into content server, and how we are maintaining and organizing them at a global level. I will be explaining you. But now, as an idea, why we are integrating with SAP, I want to say, because OpenText offers this direct connection to SAP only. No other tool
Okay.
has a direct connection. Yeah. So where I'll show you in the module it load, I'll show
There
you
it will
only to
be present links.
yes. So to SAP and success factors alone, it offers direct connection actually.
Okay.
Uh, So here, this just as an overview I'm giving, but when we are integrating with that, we have a SAP session also, like integration session. That time I'll show you in detail, but just an overview now. Connecting connections to business applications, right? So here, when you need to select to which application you are going to connect. Let's say we are having an SGP, which is an SAP. So connection type, what it is asking. So if you see, is for HANA, which is SAP for HANA SPI adapter. So it gives a direct adapter for SAP. Let's say
Okay.
if you are connecting with a, yeah, it offers a direct adapter, so that directly it integrates with that application. Same goes for what is that? Success factor also. Success factor also is one of the HR tools, and when you integrate that with the content server, it directly imports the data into content server. So I'm not sure if you are aware of business workspaces. um, are you aware of business workspaces? Any idea?
No, like how you
Okay.
are asking.
No issues. It's like you were asking about record management or those sessions, right? So
Hmm.
when we talk about retention policies are mostly used for business workspaces. Yeah. So
Okay.
it's nothing but when we are integrating an HR tool, right? Like what information is stored is nothing but every employee information. So every employee's folder structure will be maintained here. So
Okay.
discuss that, but no issues. Just giving a hint only, or to understand why we need to connect to a HR tool. Not only success factor, we can connect with any of the HR tools. Only thing is you need to build an API in between, or you need to use the web services to establish the connection. Okay, so after that, you can import the data in whatever way we want. So business workspaces are nothing but you can create a default template with folder structures. And after that, what you can do, whenever any employee information is imported or integrated, right, through the HR tool, to, to that template folders that are already present, the data will be loaded from the HR tool to the employee workspaces directly. In that way, employee information is stored into content server directly, so that all the HRs can access their information from here itself. So whatever name you are currently seeing here is, right, it's a individual employee workspace. So employee
Okay.
ID is at the start and the employee name. And since we have created a template, by default, every employee will have these set of folders. You're seeing hiring and onboarding, employment, payroll, benefits. So in that way,
Yeah.
till their retirement, all the folders will be created. Since we have a template, and through jobs every day, let's say you're getting hired, and your data is loaded into that HR portal, right? And if that HR portal is linked to our content server, daily jobs will be running. So your data will be directly loaded into content server through our job. And what happens is your onboarding documents, your payroll information, your what to say, offer letter, and right from everything will be stored here. And HRs will have this UI to maintain all this information. You can say like HR tool is already there. Why do we need content server? They can get the information there, right? But if you want to see another employee information, you have to search through the employee ID and get the data individually only. But whereas if it is into content server, it's everything into database, and you can put your use your live reports or web reports to get any customized reports. So at a global level, so any service-based organization like TCS, Wipro, HCL, Accenture will have millions of employees working there, right? Lakhs of employees working there. So when you have to handle all those information, or when you have to get a report of those many employees, content server offers it easier, easily, right? So you can write a report to pull any number of information and any kind of data. So it's like only you have to know the table info and what data you want to fetch. If you're aware, you can pull your own report. So that's one of the reasons. So now, any doubts as of now? You leave about business workspaces and all. Don't get confused. That we'll be seeing for sure. Only thing is why HR tool is required. So for this purpose
Yes.
only, HR integration is also required. So that for that we are discussing about SAP integration and HR tool integration, right? Like success factor integration. You will get to know the importance of HR tool integration. Why? Because mm, they maintain millions of records there. Like every employee record, let's say 3 lakh employees are working. 3 lakh employee records will be huge, right? From your onboarding documents to monthly payroll document to um, your exit documents. Every employee information will be huge. So in that case, maintaining that will be a huge task. So in that case, HR tool integration is also very important. So that's the reason they have given direct integrations for SAP and success factors. And that's the reason OpenText is a gold partner with SAP, because SAP is a very huge market product in the market, right? So in that case, if you have to be a partner with SAP, you have to provide a support to them like on a high level, on a very high level, because SAP product should never go down, which means their product should be functional 24 bar 7. And in the same case, if we are supporting SAP, like extended support, if we are giving, we need to also make sure that the product never goes down. So that's the reason. Okay, so that's how gold partnership works. Why? Because if you say
Okay.
Amazon, right? So let's say like you are using Amazon Cloud or Azure Cloud, right? So if their cloud goes down for just 1 or 2 minutes, right, the loss that they will be facing will be very huge, right? So that's why AWS and Azure, what to say, their support or their functionality is always on point. It never goes down. If it goes down, the loss that they will be facing will be very huge, because lots of customers, huge customers are on AWS cloud and Azure cloud, right? So even
Yes.
right from huge streaming platforms like Geo Cinema, Hotstar are all on AWS. So there, if they go down for even five minutes or 2 minutes, it will be a huge end user loss for them. Okay, so that's the reason they are all like premium organizations, SAP, Amazon, Microsoft. So if any organization is going to extend the support for them, they should make sure they maintain that kind of customer support. So that's the reason when we are integrating with any of the SAP applications, right, OpenText will make sure that the support never goes down. That's the reason SAP has given the gold partnership with OpenText. Okay, so that's why they have built direct connectors for SAP alone. Okay, so that's the reason I want to explain actually. So the background behind that also, it's always better to be aware of. Okay. In that way, integration, when we come to integrations, there are based on the organization, your requirement to integrate with the application is completely independent. So that's why OpenText is a kind of it's a kind of lightweight application only. The application is huge only, but it's still lightweight. Why? Because it can integrate with any of the application. Only thing is you need a middleware code that you need to build or you need to develop. So only to you like connect with the web services or the APIs. Are you aware of the web services, Deepak?
Oh, no.
No, right? Okay, I'll explain you that as well when we are discussing about
Okay.
integration. So the first two or three, say, like you might get a question that most of the things I'm telling will cover later. Why? Because these are all an overview only. First, you need to.
Mm,
I'm giving an overview. This is all there. This is all we can do. This is what we have to do, or this is the background behind that. And once we are done with that, right, when we come to this type architecture and resource planning, we will be
okay.
discussing it individually one by one. Yeah. So that
Oh,
time you will be able to relate everything, and will be like till one more session we'll be having this overview, and after that remaining fully you will be able to have individual sessions for every individual modules. Mm, and we'll complete that like for all the modules. Okay.
okay.
And any questions, don't hesitate. You can ask when you go through the recordings also from your previous sessions. You can come back to me. So we can work on it, and I'll let you know. I'll
Okay.
clarify all your questions. Okay. So in
Okay.
that way, we can discuss. So why we are talking about integrations, right? So yeah, so in your organization also, the requirement based on the requirement, you are using the content server accordingly. So in the same way, based on the type of organization or the type of requirement, the usage varies. Okay, so sometimes directly the users use the content server using the login and all, right? So in that case, they see the UI interface directly and they handle that. But in some cases where I was saying IBM, right? So in that case, they are not using the content server directly. The end users are not using the content server directly. Instead, they are using some other application. That application is integrated with content server. In that case, content server is in the um, background. So, which means it is at the back end, and whatever, let's say, like I'll give a small example for that. You might be having a form or something where you have an option called upload. So, for in that upload, right, the how to say, in that upload icon in the behind, the web service call will be for the upload functionality into a respective folder. Let's say mm, you are going to submit a form for something, and those related files are present into some folder of content server. Okay. It can be any form or anything. Okay. It can be any kind of form. Your and those related documents are present into a folder. Right. So let's say employee workspaces I was telling, right? In that case, let's say your organization is asking you to fill some information and upload your documents also into that portal. You fill your basic information into that, and when you're trying to upload that from there, right? Instead of going to your local machine, it goes to your employee information here. It picks the files from there, so related files from there. So in that way we can configure the middleware code to pick the files from that folder. Okay, so in that way dynamically based on your employee ID, that script will run to that middleware code will run to fetch the file, and you will be able to see the files to upload, and you upload the file. So in that way, content server is in the background, and in the UI, whatever application you're seeing is entirely different. This is one such example. There can be any kind of application like that. Okay, so let's say let's take the example of Amazon itself, right? You are going through various products present there. You are searching the product, right? So in that way, or any kind of application where you are searching something and it is fetching you the files, right? So that search functionality and the file that it's fetching, right, will be from the content server. So it's just in the background, but in the middle, the code is handling that. Okay,
Okay.
any doubts in that? Mm,
Mm, no, 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 okay.
Okay, so you need not worry about that middleware code and all. Why? Because only thing you need to know is you need to know the web services. What are all web services are there? Why? Because content server operates in a web through web service calls only completely. Okay,
Okay.
why? Because so if you see object action equal to browse, right? So in that way, when you click on something also, if you see at the bottom of my screen, object action equal to run report,
No, actually, you are
right?
performing any task. Your screen is stuck.
Okay. No, I'm not performing anything.
Okay.
I'm on the content server page only. You are able to see that. This
Yeah, yeah,
admin
yeah. Now
home.
I can. Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, yeah. On the top, if you see object action equal to browse, right?
Okay.
Yeah. If I'm hovering here, at the bottom, if you see a pop-up came up in the gray
Yeah.
area. You're able
Yes.
to, yeah,
Yes.
yeah. In that part, if you see object action equal to run report, right? So in
Yes.
that way, in that way, content server has predefined operations for each of the operation, right? They have created this action. So this is a live report. If I click that, that will run report. So in that way, there are multiple predefined actions. So for each of the action, web service calls will happen. Which means for a download, there is a download web service. That's kind of a two or three lines of code OpenText has built. Okay, so
Okay.
yeah, let's say in a Java language, I'll just tell you. I don't know if you are able to relate. Just I'm saying, maybe you will be able to relate. You like we write a lot of functions, right? And somewhere you will be calling that function, right?
Yes.
Yeah, let's say you write a small function to perform anything, like to perform a download or upload something you write, right? And after that,
Yes.
somewhere in the code, you call that function. Let's say that function name is download, and later in the any part of the code, you call that download function so that that function works. So in that way,
Yeah.
OpenText, right? What they have done, they have completely written the product in that way. Everything is a web service only, right? From
Okay.
every download operation, upload operation, each of these individual operation is a small 2 or 3 line of code only. So
Okay.
and yeah, that's why the application is lightweight. There is no dependency for any of the operations. If I click download or if I run any report, there is no dependency in the background. Okay, so that's the
Okay.
reason it's able to fetch you the results in a quicker way. Okay, so that's the reason. Every action is a 2 or 3 line of code only. So that's why, let's say, as I was giving, now I was giving you an example, right? That a form where you are uploading, it opens that folder, Now, that middleware code you are going to write, I was saying, right? That middleware code
Yes.
is nothing but you are going to call that web service. That's it. That code is going to be you're going to call that web service, and you will be writing a query only in between. So if you call that download, that that code should be able to identify, right, who is running this. So you are running that for this employee, go and pick this file from that particular workspace, right? So that has to be done. So that only you write in that middleware code. That's it. Apart from that, nothing will be happening. And in the same way, in the background of content server operations, only SQL queries are running. Okay, mostly SQL queries are only running for any of the search operations, basically,
Okay.
or most of the operations. Why? Because what happens is, uh, like now I have logged in through BizAdmin, right? Let me click on something, right? If I am clicking on this, a web report is running. A web report is running in the background. Object action is
Yes.
browse. Calling it is calling that browse functionality function. That's it.
Yes.
To simplify it more, right? What content server basically does is when I click this folder, it is just it is going to display you this, right, from this folder. So if you speak in a query language, what you will do for displaying this folder? Select star from this
Select.
folder name.
Yes.
Yeah, so that is what will happen in the background. So if you clearly think when you write a web report, it gives you something, right? It gives you some results. But
Yes.
when you see that result, it gives you two options. One is content server view, and another one is any kind of destination, either email or this that. Okay, so if you clearly see that the operation is something similar to that is happening in the content server only. Like it fetches you this in the background also, that is only happening. Like every action is a web service call and a web report call. So they have written in that way, only these three things are happening, nothing else is happening. Either it is calling a web report
Okay.
or a live report or a function. It is calling a function. So in that way only they have built this content server operations. Mm, like that's the reason why the efficiency is more. There is no dependency at all. So that's the reason anytime the admin server should be not too much overloaded, so that all the operations will be more efficient. So this is just a overview or hint. This gives, I hope this gave some clarity how content server is working, right?
Yes.
Mhm.
Yes.
Yeah. Oh, okay, Deepak. So that's how when you are going to integrate with any of the application to fetch file from this folder only, right? You are going to write two or three lines of code. You give the node ID of that particular folder. Fetch me the files of this folder. It will fetch you the files, and after that you have to download something, right? So download whatever based on your operations. You are going to upload something. You will be seeing this. If based on this click, it will fetch that file from there. So that's it. So you are going, once you give this node ID, you are going to get the files from that folder alone, and after that the query is only going to happen. Like if you select this file to be uploaded, in the background it will fetch this file, and it will give to you in that application. That's it. This is what is going to happen in the background, and this is how it will be integrated with any of the applications.
Okay.
So yeah, API, they tell web service or API integrations, right? In the API integrations, this is what will be happening. Yeah. Oh, let's say if there are if you have a browser-based application and a web-based application, if you are going to integrate that application with another application, right? So if you are what you will be doing, you will be writing some services. Like services are nothing but a small part of code that you will deploy. After deploying that code will automatically handle these operations. So that's why what is a web service. Okay, so, or an API. API will is nothing but a plugin. It allows you to
Yes.
establish connection between two applications, right? The same way,
Yes.
content server OpenText has written everything predefined. Now your work is going to be just call that API or web service. Your code is going to
Okay.
do that only. Just call that web service. Your functionality will work. That's it. Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. I'll give you a few examples when we are discussing web services and all. I Postman. I'm sure like you might have heard about Postman application, right?
Yes. Yes.
Yeah. So using Postman, right, you can test your web service calls if it is working or not. If you are integrating with content server. Yeah,
Okay.
let's say I have integrated your application with content server through web service calls. and one day you are coming and saying that upload or download or something or search is not working. How we debug that? You go to content server and see if search functionality is working or not. If search is working, that then what you will do is um, search only. You told it's not working, right? So search, there will be a web service for search. So you would have searched any specific file, right? So I'll take that node ID of the file. I'll manually first check if it's working or not. If it's working, then what I'll do, I'll go to Postman. I'll put that web service call in that URL. Web service call is nothing but this kind of URL where I'll put this node ID. So this is kind of this will be something. It will be something like this, that web service. So browse action will be something download or search view like this. It will be like that, and I'll put my node ID and I'll put into Postman that. That's it. There is nothing more to be there, because every organization has their own requirement, and you in your organization you can tell I have worked on this and I know this. So when you come there, based on their requirement, you can learn that and slowly you can do. Only that much will be there. It's not complicated at all. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. So with that, the integration part also is getting completed. So we are going to integrate various applications in that way only. When we are going to see web services calls and all, we'll be seeing how the integrations are happening. And in the same way, live reports and web reports are also there. We know live reports is for any individual standalone statistical report, and web report, using web report, we can combine n number of live reports, or we can perform like invoke any workflow also, or we can combine multiple web reports also or call a web report also into a web report. So all these things we can do, or we can schedule a job, or we can do anything, any such thing using a web report. So web report is kind of all-in-one feature that allows you to perform various operations. So when we are seeing that live report and live report, web report in a single session, we can cover. It won't be more time taking. So
Okay.
in the further sessions, it will be like one or two modules we'll be covering in that particular session, and in the next 2 3 days you can go through the recording and you can come back in that way. Okay.
Okay.
So workflow also it will be in a single session. All the functionalities I'll tell you and show you a live. We'll like a handy session. We will do how we create, how we connect them, and all we will do. And after that, you can let me know in case of any doubts. So in that way, we can do that workflow session also. So these are some of the features, Deepak, that content server is having. These are the basic features. Apart from that, how we are going to use the features, we'll all discuss in the further sessions. So any doubts,
Okay.
Deepak, as of now?
As of now, it
Mhm.
is going good. If I
Mhm.
again revise these recordings,
Yeah.
then I will
Yeah.
note down
You
the questions and I will queries and I
questions.
will ask
Yeah.
if any
Correct. Correct.
queries arise
Yeah.
in my
You
mind.
any Yeah, any question can pop up anytime, because we are seeing it only and discussing at the start.
Yes.
So slowly, when we are getting into the contents of our modules one by one, so everything will
Yes.
get clarified one by one. Yeah.
Okay.
So
Vicky, are you
mhm.
going to take sessions every day on or only in on weekends?
No, no, every day, uh, Deepak.
Okay.
No worries. So every day is fine for you, right?
Every day is fine, but I need to revise the sessions. That's what I face the problem.
Oh, okay. Yeah, we have seen till the integrations part, and the reports also, like I given just an overview what all we have with report and live report.
Yes.
And in the same way, we have workflows also. You know about workflows also, right? What is workflow and all. So just as an overview, because workflow web reports are all separate sessions only. So now
Okay.
these two alone overview. Now today we'll start with the search architecture and all. yeah, search architecture
Okay.
or group and permissions and those things. So workflows are nothing but any repetitive tasks or any task that follows a certain process or a flow. So which we know already. In those kind of scenarios, we can automate. So like some any monthly report that has to go for some approvals and then it has to be submitted or given to someone. So those kind of things can be automated. We can create the flow for that. Let's say you have to create one report which has to go for multiple set of approvals. So we can create that workflow like first level of approver, second level of approver, and then to the manager or someone. It has to go, and in that way, you will be able to start once you create that workflow. You can initiate the workflow from that particular document. And after initiating that, what will happen? It will go to the first level of approver. He will be able to see the document, and in the email itself, he will get an option to approve or reject it. So if he approves it as per the workflow, it will go to the next level, and the same thing happens. So that in that way, we can create a workflow which has a repetitive task or something like that. Okay. So that's the basic idea of a workflow. When
Yeah.
we are getting into that module completely, we will see what all options are available, what we can do, like how we can create a workflow or integrate, oh, sorry, not integrate, incorporate various features into that workflow. All those things we will see. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So these are now, as of now, I have covered some of the features that are currently available with respect to OpenText and what we do with OpenText and all. We have covered as of now. So now, with respect to groups and permissions for a particular folder, are you aware of those
Yes. Yes.
resources? Yeah, right.
Yes.
Yeah, so so that we can limit the access to a particular folder. So we create a group. So basically, it's always better to have some structure like this, like a owner group or read write group and read only group. So in the naming convention also, right? Some if we say as a best practice, let's say if you are going, you have some folder, and if you are going to create some groups, right? Have some
Yes.
structure like this in owner group. It's not mandatory that you have to create in a way that it has owner or something like that. Always keep in mind that three level of groups, if you have, it would be better. And the naming to those three groups, it's up to you, like or up to the requirement, how it should be. Like you should be able to differentiate between three groups, which is owner, which is read only, and which is read write. So that anyone maybe in the future, let's say you create one group, and in future you might not be with that organization, you would have moved. So whoever is coming up and taking it up, right, should be able to identify what is
Identify.
that group. Yeah, so that they know which group is doing what. Else, what will happen? You have to go and see what all permission levels each group is having and all. Not only to the primary folder. If let's say we have one what is that parent folder, and inside that if we are having three subfolders, so we can add what to say. We have an option to apply the permissions to the subfolders also. So at a parent level, if we create that groups and permission itself, it becomes an easy job for us, right? So in that way, so let me show you. So let's say we have one folder. Sorry. Yeah, or not just read only, read write. Okay. So when you see, right? You can see that apply to this item, sub items, or
Yeah, we
this
can
item
select
and
as
sub items. Select,
these items
yeah,
and sub items. So it is applied to
updates.
in documents also.
Documents also, all the sub items also, it gets applied. So in that
Yes.
way, it's up to you, if you want to do that or not. And apart from that, you have this public access also, which
Yes.
means, so this, we are at the, now I have opened the personal workspace, and if we go to the enterprise workspace, right, so that is where all the organization level folder structures would be created, or all the at the enterprise level only, right. So
Yes.
yeah, at the enterprise level, you can set the permissions, like public access, right? So you can see, so for certain folders, I have removed the public access, which means whoever has access to OpenText in general, content server to content server, they will be able to see all the folders at the enterprise level. So even though they cannot view, sorry, download the files or view the open and view the files, so they will not be, so they will be able to view the folders and folder structures, all those things they will be able to view. Why it's necessary to remove the public access in certain cases? Because sometimes, right, when we are integrating with any HR tools like Workday or SAP Success Factors and all the employee related informations also come to content server, right? Mm, so in that case, and we create workspaces, as I was saying, like when we are having those workspaces, all the employee related information would be there. So HRs would feel that only they should see those HR workspace folders. So all the other users who are not part of HR groups should not view those folders. So in that case, we remove the public access to that. Okay. Mhm. This way only, so you can revert it in this very way. Yeah. So C and C contents are there by default.
Only admin can do this, right?
Yeah, only admin can do this. Yeah, at enterprise level, right? So only admin will be able to do this. So general
Okay.
users or anyone can't do. And what they can, even though what they can do also is limited only. And
Yes.
like we can, yeah, we can limit it from here. What they can do at the public access and all. Yeah. Mhm. Okay. So, any doubts with this? Okay. Okay. Fine. So, yeah, this is how we create the folders and all. OTDS, have you worked on OTDS? Are you using
No.
OTDS currently? No, right? Mhm.
Just I need to get the access. I
Mhm.
joined new project. There I need to
Mhm.
get access of OTDS.
Okay, okay, no issues. OTDS, okay, we'll cover OTDS also today then. OTDS and search architecture will cover. What I'll do first, I'll cover the search architecture and we'll go to OTDS next, because OTDS
Okay.
won't take much time. It is, even if it takes time, we can stop in between, but I don't want to stop search architecture in between. So if we start search architecture, let's complete that. That's why. OTDS is
Okay.
nothing but it's called OpenText Directory Services, where we
Director service.
maintain, yeah, all these user groups and what is that, user access and all, right, we can maintain, handle at the OTDS level itself. Yeah, so no need to uh, grant access at content server level. Even though we can do that, no need to do it at content server level. We can directly open OTDS, and from there you can do that. You will be able to see all the users and groups present there. And also, what happens right now, like OpenText has facilitated or made it more convenient for the users by introducing OTDS. Why? Because you can integrate multiple applications into OTDS. So let's say there are multiple products like intelligent capture or OpenText Extreme. So there are various products of OpenText, right? So an organization might purchase multiple other OpenText products also depending on the requirements, right? So our archive center also we have and to maintain the access of all these open text applications, right? We can integrate all the applications into OTDS. Like we can build if we integrate all the applications into OTDS, right? All the users that we create in or groups which we create at OTDS can be mapped to all the different products. So at single point, at single point OTDS, we'll be able to maintain access at different levels. If you to make it more simpler, you
Okay.
understood that what I'm saying? Uh,
Yes, yes.
yeah, at the single point, you can maintain multiple access levels for the various OpenText products. Only OpenText products you can do, not other products actually. Yeah. Mhm. Yeah, so let's say you have content server and archive center, whatever groups or users you are creating in the OTDS, right? You can grant access to content server or archive center, or you can create multiple groups for them accordingly. In that way, we will see all of them in today's session itself when I start OTDS. Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So now we are, so this is just overview of benefits actually. So in your current organization, are you using a cloud-based environment or it's an on-prem one, on-premise one?
Uh,
Mm,
I think it's a cloud based, or not an on
okay, okay.
premises.
Okay. No worries. So both doesn't have much difference actually. Cloud
Mm,
or on-prem, both are similar only. Not we won't see any difference anywhere. It's same only. Only thing
mm,
is, if it is an on-premise one, you will have access to all the servers. Yeah,
okay.
they will if you choose cloud and that too open text cloud, right? You open text won't give access to the servers. That's the only
No,
difference.
it's I think it is an on premises. We have access to gem servers.
Access to
Friends.
all
Yeah.
the front servers, right? Yeah, then it should
Yes.
be on-premise one. So that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, because now if you choose OpenText Cloud, they won't give access and all. So because of some what to say permissions or security issues and all, they don't give whatever you want from the servers or anything to be done at servers. You need to reach out to OT only. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So if you choose cloud, but now apart from that, all the user interface, everything will be same to same. There won't be any difference. Yeah. Mm, That's it. With respect to feature benefits, remaining are all same only. Only thing, thing is retention policies we can have. Mm, Means record management. So then. What to say, you can like most of the records you can digitalize. That's the main purpose of this application. All the hard copy of documents which are all have, most of the organizations will try to digitalize and store into content server and archive into content server. That's their main motive. Mhm. Yes, next day is sorry, next topic is uh, these two are also there. Okay, architecture and resource planning. Yeah, that also will cover today. Yeah, okay. So currently, right, like how many front ends and how many admins, like what are all server structure you have, Deepak? So that
Uh,
based on that, I'll also start today. Yeah.
like we have one gem server,
Mm-hmm.
and we have like we have different servers. Like how can I say?
Mhm.
Mm, let
Mhm.
tomorrow I will convey to you like how many servers I have. I
Yeah,
will check with
sure,
yeah
sure, no worries. That's not a
because
problem.
I got new project, so I am not aware of servers.
Servers and all.
They gave me the documentation.
Mm, okay, okay. Even
Yeah, I
previous projects also, if you know, in
we,
like what are.
in previous
Mhm.
project we have for every environment we have server. There will
Okay, okay,
we have a staging staging folders. We will upload there for documents.
oh,
So the
okay,
job is scheduled so that documents are automatically uploaded to the
okay,
to our portal.
okay, okay,
That's
fine.
that's will happen.
Okay, okay, no worries. Then fine, I'll explain about the servers. Then we'll see how all the servers will be planned and all those things.
Okay.
First, let me give an overview of each server, and then accordingly, how the resource planning would be done for every organizations. We'll see so that
Uh,
you will understand better. Yeah. Yeah, first, like mostly these are all the type of servers that we'll be having. Apart from that, other than this, other servers might not be required. These are nothing but their naming is only this actually. They are naming it differently, front end admin and all. But apart from this, this all will be normal Windows server only. Or what to say, it can be. Linux server also. Because some organizations choose Linux servers. If they are on GCP, right, Google Cloud, right, Google
okay.
Cloud only has what is that Linux servers mostly. So that's why if any customer is on, it's up to the customer only which cloud they are going to choose, either OpenText cloud or Azure cloud or Google cloud. If any customer chooses Google Cloud, right, it is on Linux environment. So very few. There are very few resources or what to say employees who know about Linux servers actually.
What is that
Means
server?
like uh, uh, um, like what happened? They install content server and everything into Linux servers. Okay, so that's how. Usually, most of the customers are on Windows only, Windows servers only.
Mm,
Okay, but only certain customers, very limited customers are there on Linux servers. So they want to install all of the what to say environment, content server environment into Linux. So then in that case, what will happen? If you install everything on Linux, to fetch anything or to deploy anything, everything into Linux. So through code, through scripts only, or what is that? Through various different syntaxes only you have to do. That's slightly complicated. So very few resources only are there for Linux environments, but that's fine. We'll see about the Windows servers. Most that is the most common one, so that should be fine. Yeah. So first, start just this is the front end server. The thing is, right, whenever any organization chooses content server, right, they need to, servers are nothing but it's a Windows machine only that would be on what to say, any cloud or what on premise. That's it. It's nothing but a Windows server is nothing but a Windows machine only. That if it is on cloud, it will be in some other country or some other place. So if it is on cloud, there itself they can create multiple systems, right, on cloud. If it's Azure, they have the option to create one virtual machine. It's a kind of a virtual machine, not a, if I say a Windows system, it's not an actual system, it is a virtual machine that is present. So virtually you can create this many number of machines that they call as servers, and you need to configure the configuration for that. That is depending on the requirement only. Okay, so let's say for an organization, um, uh, uh, like wants to choose content server where some 10,000 users will be using content server, and on a day-to-day basis they will be uploading some 10,000 to 20,000 documents. Okay. In that case, you see the number of users using content server is more. 10,000 means it's more only, which means many can log in at the same time. So in that case, the load to handle content server should be very good. So in that case, how you choose your number of front-end servers, number of admin servers, let me tell you. So it will be like you will be able to understand. Okay. First thing is front-end server, right? What is a front-end server? UI. So on the UI part, all these things will be handled by the front-end server only. It will be installed in the front-end server. So let's say you're going to install content server from the start, right? So on which server you're installing, so that will be a front-end server, and that front-end server will be responsible for all the requests and response. So let's say all the UI related part, right? If I'm clicking on this enterprise and workspace, it is loading, right? So this is if I click, I'm the user, I clicked on enterprise workspace, so I created a request, and I clicked the enterprise workspace. So that is the request that came from me, and that will be handled by the front end server. So that what that server will do, that will receive the request, and it will process that. It will open that enterprise workspace, and which will be the response. So this is how the things are handled. Okay, let me simplify that. Okay. It's bidirectional basically. Response. Okay, so front-end server, right? It is a virtual machine, which means a virtual computer. So that is created in some cloud or on any, if it is on premise, VMwares, So using VMwares, will be able to create some virtual machines. So in that,
Yes.
if you create, yeah, if you create one virtual machine, right? So that will become a Windows machine. So there only the content server will be installed. So what happens? The user request. So if I create, as I was saying, if I click on something, that will be sent as a request, and that front end server will process that and send the response. A response would be it will load that page finally. So as I was saying, depending on the load only, you will decide the configuration of your VM. So if let's say if you buy some computer for playing game, so you will choose the configuration accordingly. So you want an i5 or i7 processor. Apart from that, the RAM and the other things, right? So the RAM plays an important role here because that handles that only, and the storage of that, the RAM and ROM decides the what to say, working of the or processing speed of the requests that are coming to that machine. So what happens if for the request which I was saying, right? 10,000 users going to use content server and 20,000 documents going to be loaded every day. So in that scenario, what will happen? You need to choose at least what to say, 12, 24, 30, 40, no, 36 GB of RAM at least. Okay, or sorry, 32 GB of RAM at least. Okay. Why? Because that's a huge request that will be that it has to handle. So in that case, and also if you are having a single front end server, or if you or number of multiple different front end servers, what's the difference? I will say. Let's say 5,000 users are trying to log in at the same time or trying to do some operation. If all the requests are coming to the front end server, right? Mm, it will be handled in a first in first out process only. Whichever request comes first, so that request only will be handled by that server, right? If 500 requests are there in the queue, how it can handle? So it becomes difficult for that. So in that case, the number of front ends. If I have access to it, let me see. No, I don't have that access. So, for this requirement, as I was saying, if multiple for these kind of multiple requests and multiple users and accessing at the same time, right? You need to have multiple front-end servers for them to handle the load. So, what will happen in that case, right? Mm, So let's say 3 to 4 front-end servers would be sufficient for that load which I was saying with that 32 GB each in that case. Why? Because what will happen? The load will be distributed. So let's say I was saying 500 users are accessing at the same time. So all those 500 requests will be distributed among these 4 front-end servers.
Okay.
Okay. So
For
that is
every
how.
environment, we'll have a server, right?
Like every environment means
Like dev
test or
environment,
prod.
test, yeah,
Hmm.
prod, well,
Hmm. Correct. So that's what for test environment we like test and prod are different, and this number of front end servers are different. Yeah.
okay.
Hmm.
Hmm.
Yeah.
What I'm saying is for every for dev environment, it will have separate server.
Hmm.
For test, it will have separate server.
Yeah. Yeah.
Is
Correct.
I'm speaking is correct?
Yes, yes, correct, correct. For test
Uh,
also, so for if you so dev test and prod will be there. It's up to the customers or organizations to choose how many servers they want. So if let's say if they are going to choose dev test and prod means for dev they will have less number of servers only. They'll have one front end, one admin, and one database server. Why? Because
for us, for us it like dev test well, it's one server, and for prod it is another server. We'll have we have two
only one.
connections.
Yeah, yeah, only one server you won't have. Instead that for prod you will have multiple servers. So in that way it would
Uh,
be. Mhm.
yeah. Okay. Okay.
Okay, so let me also tell you. Mm, okay, I'll tell you. Yeah. So yes, the thing is for dev, test, and prod, right? Mm, for each of the environment, any number of front end or one admin or any number of admin or any number of one database server at least. Or in case if that what is that? If that project or if that project is not having that much load, right? They might have all in the same server itself, in a single
Okay.
server itself. Okay, but
No,
that is a yeah, yeah.
no, we have different. Like front end, we have the separate server. Admin, we have separate
Ah,
server, and database,
okay,
we have separate server.
okay, okay. Then fine. Because that is a rare case only. For dev only, mostly they will do that. For dev alone, mostly to save cost, they will try to use the same server. For test sometimes will have the same replica of prod, or as you are saying, well, so that will have the same replica of prod. So that will have the same number of servers as prod. So in that way. Uh, so that is the reason. So let's see, this is the load I was talking about. So let's say prod, dev and test are all various environments to make sure prod is not facing any issues or downtime. So that's the reason they choose dev, test, and prod or val. So in that way. Why? Because
Yes,
yeah, prod shouldn't go down, right? So if you before you do something, you do in your dev environment, then you do it in your test environment and in your
yes,
validation environment, then finally you deploy into prod. That's the reason. And prod is the one where you will have prod and val will have the actual number of servers. So same number of servers and all those things. Okay. So, as I was saying, right, depending on the load, you choose the number of front-end servers. At the same time means the number of front-end servers should be more to handle all these requests, and they should send the response. That's the reason. So, the RAM is also chosen in that way only. So that if RAM is lesser means it can't handle all the load. Content server will crash. Okay. And another thing is, right, you can access each of these front end servers. So you see, right, cs test dot levi dot cloud dot something like that, right? So in that way, cs fe1, fe1 will be front end one, or that name, that creation of the URL is up to you only at the start. So this host name. So this is up to you only how you create it. So usually at OpenText we create it like fe1, fe2, fe3, so that we come to know which is front end, which front end server it is. So let's say if a customer is having 10 front end servers, you name all fe1, fe2, fe3, and each of those front end servers can be accessed as what to say, individually like this. Each front end can be logged in like individual content server. Okay, so in that way you can do, and but users can't do. Only administrators can do that. Like in their cloud or in their on-prem, whichever they're having access, they will be able to access all these 10 front-end servers or any number of front-end servers they're having. Okay, why they why it can be done, I'll tell you. Say, as I was saying, if you are having 10 front end servers, if any one front end server goes down, let's say if it got overloaded and it went down, right, still end users will not see content server going down. Why? Because other nine front ends are running, right? All those
yes,
remaining requests will be moved to those servers, and that will handle them. So that's the reason, if you have multiple front ends, you can avoid the downtimes. And also, since the requests are distributed among various servers, if one front end or multiple front ends goes down also, other front ends will take it over. So that's the reason mostly it's better to have various front end servers to handle the load. So that's why they say they like, that's why OpenText asks the load at front, how many documents you are expecting per day, how many users are expected to use content server, and how many what to say users are expected to log in at the same time. All those things OpenText asks, so that they will suggest it's better to choose these many front-end servers, and the configuration for each server is better to have 32 GB of RAM or 64 GB of RAM so that it can handle the load. Yeah. So you were saying that jobs are also there on the servers, right? So if
Yes.
you are running any job and all also, right, or that will be handled by the front end server only. So that's the reason. Depending on that only, you choose what to say, how many front end servers you want. So OpenText suggests you that. Okay. So, any Hotstar or any streaming OTT streaming platform, right? Not preloaded movies and all. You leave that. Let's say any live streaming platform, like if your cricket match is running, right?
Yes.
Yeah, in that case, they will have n number of servers already running that streaming. Why? Because if any one goes down, it other server should be able to pick it up. And at the same time, if like 2 crore people are watching at the same time, 4 crore people are watching the IPL at the same time, right? So that is dynamic only. They also never know how many viewers would come. Sometimes, depending on the match scenario, the number of users seeing or viewers seeing it increases, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so based on that, the number of servers that they have also will be more to handle that load. So each for us, front end server will handle the user UI operations. So whatever they do on the UI, that request will be sent to front end, and that processes and sends the response to the UI again. So processes means that is handled by content server itself. You need not do anything. What will happen? So when I click enterprise workspace, so it is for calling this function admin.index or function ll workspace. So it's running some code in the background, right? So
Yes.
that code, yeah, that code is present in the front end. However, each of the front end it will be installed. So automatically that operation it will run. You need not do anything. So it all happens in the background only. So the you only thing you need to do is create these many front end servers. That's it. So which means nothing but installing content server in each of these servers, and while configuring, you are going to while installation itself, it will show you how many front ends are there, which all servers should be interlinked, all those it will show you. I'll share the documentation, installation documentation. You can go through that. Okay, I'll also give a rough overview how we'll be installing control server. Okay, well, we are seeing
Okay.
installation module. So if you cover those steps which I tell you, right, that will itself help you during the interviews. Much more than that, they won't and ask because that will cover the installation steps, and that documentation will have the screenshots, step-by-step screenshots. So you can see
Okay.
how installation works and all. That would be helpful for you. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Hmm. Okay. That is fine. Okay, so that's yeah, I was talking about streaming platforms, right? In our scenarios, our front end, we call it as front end server to handle the requests and response. And in those streaming platforms and all, whatever logic they are using, those all those servers, the n number of servers they are having, will do that operation for them. So that's the reason. Depending on the load, they should choose the number of front end servers. Okay. So now you understand what front end server does, right? The requests and
Yes.
response in simple terms, it handles. Okay, all the
Yes.
UI related operations. Now coming to admin server, what it does. Okay, admin, all the search related operations, searches, whatever search you are doing in content server, all those search related operations are handled by the admin server only. So nowhere front end is involved into any of the search operations. It's always going to be separate only. So
Mm.
that's the reason search is always at a high speed, pinpoint speed content server is handling. It's nowhere lesser than a what to say Google search actually. Why I'll tell you. So depending on that also, but still it's depending on the number of servers that you have. So let's say for the same requirement which I told 10,000 users using 10,000 documents loaded every day. If you are having only one admin server and 500 users or 10,000 users or sorry 5,000 users are searching at the same time, uh, you won't get the results even by the end of the day also if you're having only one admin server, because one admin server how much like on one admin server 16 GB of RAM, how much load it can handle? It's practically not possible, right? If 5,000 search requests are coming to it, first in first out, right? So it can't handle those many requests at the same time. So
Yes.
logically, you should have more number of admin servers for that to handle that, and accordingly, the RAM also should be decided. Like 32 GB or 64 would be much more convenient for that. It's nowhere lesser than Google because depending on the number of search that you define, right? It searches the documents and gives you like this. I'm globally searching at the search level. It fetches you in a very quicker instance, and I have put test only, right? But if you can see nowhere the document name is having the name test, but you have got certain results with the accuracy level also. Why? Because it has fetched these results means OpenText content server search has the capability to search through the documents. It can search inside these documents also, PDF file or Word document or Excel. It can search through the inside the document also. Somewhere inside these documents, it is having the word term or word test. So that's the reason it's able to fetch the result. But if you have to select the relevance, like the relevance, it should be kept. Okay. Are you aware that earlier OpenText searches through the documents?
Yes. Yes.
Ah,
Yes.
okay. Then fine. Okay, then okay. So since it has the search capability to search through the documents, it's always very helpful for the end users because sometimes they might not remember the file name, but they will know that that
Content
document
inside the
somewhere,
document.
yeah, contains it has this word or not. So so in that case, we can it will be very helpful for them to search like this. Mm, okay, so
Okay.
just a moment. Okay, so yeah, search also. For search also, depending on the load, now you have to create number of admin servers accordingly. So you have to choose those many admin servers so that whatever search operations are there, if you are having that many admin servers, it will handle itself. Okay, so that's the reason. Mm, mm. You can get these in the interviews basically. Sometimes what front end server does, what operations it does. So in this, in simple terms, you can say all the UI related requests, user requests and responses are handled by the front end servers only, and all the search related operations are handled by the admin server. So
Admin.
yeah, these are the two major servers that are required basically. And database server is also important, where the database will be installed. Sometimes what will happen, any organization will choose to install database in any of the front end server or admin servers itself. Let's say if they are having more number of front end servers or admin servers, they will choose to install the database into any one of those servers itself. Why to use a separate server? But you can, any some organizations might choose to use a separate server also. Mhm. Mm. Yeah. Mm. Okay, so choosing a separate also is a better option so that what to say, there won't be much crashing of the database or something like that. So database also will run smoothly.
Okay.
Okay, any doubts as of now? Uh,
Mm. Coming to archive server, we will not
yeah.
have that.
Um, Server you're saying, separate server?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
we'll have, we have separate. Same thing. If the number of data to be archived into archive server is more means, what to say, they will choose separate archive server. If the content is lesser means, they will what to say, use the existing front end or admin server itself. Yeah, so they will choose a separate server and they will install archive into it and they will do the configuration. That's it. So it's again all
Okay.
are depending on the load only, so the separate installation and all those things. So that archive installation and what we do also, that I'll cover separately, no worries. So that will also be there. That how we configure in admin also I'll show you. Yeah, that also will be there. And finally, we have remote cache server. Remote cache, mostly organizations won't choose cache server, but it's always helpful also. Why? Because cache server, na, OpenText has an option for caching. So what they do, they have the separate caching server, and if it is configured to and linked with content server means, what will happen? The frequently opened items or frequently requested items. Let's say you open some file regularly, right? Or if you open a file today, and if you're opening a file to the same file tomorrow or in some time, right? It doesn't open the file freshly, so it will be stored in that cache server. So what will happen next time when you open that, it will load from the cache itself. So the purpose of it is, since it opens from the cache server, it opens immediately, quickly. The load time is not more. Okay, so that's the reason. Uh, what to say? Users or the customers prefer cache server also. It's again completely dependent on the customers. Most of the customers won't have that. Rare scenario only. But if they have or if they use more number of servers, right? In that case, they will be using it. Okay. Deepak, any doubts with the
Okay.
server architecture and resource planning?
No.
Mhm. Yeah, resource
No.
planning is nothing. Yeah, okay, Deepak. Resource planning is nothing like, as I was saying, any architect would be deciding that he will be planning. Okay, we'll be using these many documents. We'll be loading these many documents every day, and okay, we need these many front ends, these many admin servers, and these many admin database servers. All these he will be deciding according to the requirement that they have, and he will code that to open text. We need this only, this much only. Else OpenText will try to sell you more and more. It's always profitable for them also. So they will always try to sell you more only. So that's the reason the resource planning is important. When you say resource, right? How much RAM required, how many front ends are required. These all only they call as resources. Okay. Hmm.
Okay.
Okay, so this is with respect to the type of servers and the resource planning. Now, do you have another 15 minutes, Deepak? We can cover the search and indexing.
Mm, okay.
You can let me know if you have 15
It
minutes,
can
we
be
can
covered
cover that.
within 15 minutes.
Yes, it can be covered. It's just the flow only. Yeah, it's just
Okay,
the
then
flow,
it's fine.
nothing complicated. Yeah, it's nothing complicated. Only you need to understand the flow, what is happening here, and I'll share you the documentation also for this complete documentation. And if you have any doubt, you can access that. I think even Aditi might share that. I have shared earlier those documents also for search architecture. No worries, but this is the flow for that. And this another diagram flow. If you know this, you will understand what is happening in the background. It won't take much time. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Or else you
Let
can continue tomorrow. It's like it is clumsy for me.
Okay,
Like
okay, fine, fine. Then no issues. Yeah, yeah. Then no issues. You can go through today's topic. Today we
uh,
have seen
this,
the resource management. Sorry, type of servers and what is that? Resource planning, and what else? Groups and permissions. What all possible
yes.
things are there? We discussed. So these are there. Tomorrow, then OTDS and search architecture we can cover. No worries.
Okay.
Yeah. So there won't
Uh,
be any
Rather
confusion.
than search art index, you can continue for 15 minutes because this is big topic, right? I think this is a big topic.
Which one? Search and indexing, right? Yeah, yeah. This is
Yeah.
big topic actually. Yeah.
Yes.
Mhm. Yeah. You want to continue OTDS or?
Yeah, it's better to continue with OTDS.
Okay, fine. So I'll continue OTDS. Yeah, that's a smaller portion only. Same thing. For OTDS, you might not require a separate server. It is very lightweight only. Okay, so what to say, you can install in any of the front end servers or admin servers. Okay, yeah. And one thing, do you know about the services that are running in each of the servers?
Like which services you're asking about?
Okay, OT, content server service or admin service, um, that will be helpful in various issue fixes and all. Yeah, that will take 2 minutes. I'll cover that. Yeah, in front end server, right? You will have one service called OTCS, which is OpenText Content Server Service. Okay, OTCS service, which means yeah, like this.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
each service will run different thing here. So let's say mm, Tomcat, like that, multiple. Show if you see Windows search is there. So sometime if you face any issue with your Windows search and all, if you restart that service, it will start to run properly. Or in the same way, all will be running as a service only. So if any issues you are facing, if you restart that service, so that will be fixed. So in the same way for audio, you have a service. If audio is not working properly, you can restart that service. It would start working fine. So in that way only, when content server is installed, it will be installing one service called OpenText Content Server Service, which is OTCS service. That is that will be found on the front end server. And also there
Okay.
are multiple ways to install like hosting content server. So when you're installing it somewhere, like either it will be installed on Tomcat or IIS. So in that way, okay. If you install it on Tomcat, Tomcat service also would be installed. Okay, and
Mm.
if you install it on IIS services will also be installed. Okay, so why is it necessary to install on Tomcat or IIS? So that if you install on that, that will, because these are all Java related, Java based, like OOPS based, it runs on OOPS concept only. So it's similar to a Java application only, content server. It's like it's their own coding only, like what they call as, I forgot that name. I think it, their programming language. What is that? Mhm. Just a minute. Do you remember that name? I forgot that name.
which is
Like OpenText is developed on one language, programming language. I forgot
PostScript.
that. Ah, yes, so script. Yes, correct.
Yeah.
You're right. So nowadays, like in the recent environments and all, OScript usage has reduced actually. Okay, OScript is
Mm.
similar to Java only. They have used the OOPS
JavaScript.
concept only. Yeah, it's similar
Yes.
to that only. But their own, they have created their own syntax and all those things. In that, but based on OOPS concept only, it works. So that's the reason. If, when you are installing it directly, you can't install. You need something to run it, right? So Tomcat can run it, or IIS can run it. So that's the reason you should install that using Tomcat installer or IIS installer, so that that will handle all the requests and responses, all those items it can run. Okay, so that's why when you install content server, it will install OTCS service and Tomcat service if you install on Tomcat, or IAS service if you install on IAS. So those are the two services that will be available in a front end server. Okay. So, and also, let's say if user requests and responses are very slow, or if any front end sometimes goes down, right? To you need to restart these two services, and it will start working fine most of the scenarios. Okay, how
Mm.
you, but when you are going to restart those two services, you should follow a sequence. Okay, since it is installed on Tomcat, right? If you restart Tomcat first, it is like switching on the power button directly. Okay, instead of
Okay.
shutting down and powering it off, it's like clicking on the power button directly. Okay, you should follow that shutdown, and then it automatically shuts down, right? So in that way only. So you should first stop the content server service, and then switch stop the Tomcat service. Okay, so that
Okay.
first Tomcat will go down, and finally, sorry, first content server will go down, and Tomcat will go down in that way. You or if you power it off, like if you restart Tomcat directly, abruptly everything will get restarted. That's why. So you shouldn't do that. Mm. And while starting it up, well, if you're stopping it, you should follow this flow. And while starting, what you have to do, you have to start what to say, content server, sorry, Tomcat first, and then content server service first. If Tomcat is not running, if you start content server first, it will not do run obviously, right? So that's the reason you have to power it on and then only do anything, right? So that's why. Yeah. So first Tomcat while starting, and content server next. You understood this flow?
Yes.
Okay, it's simple only. While stopping
We need to
uh,
stop the content server first, and then we need
first
to stop in the
Tomcat, yeah,
Tomcat.
uh, yeah, same thing, other way around while starting. Okay, that's it.
Uh,
Okay. In the same way, when we go for admin server, right? There are two services there also. OTCS admin, and same way Tomcat will be there. Okay. So the same flow there also. So in front end only OTCS service. Here it is called as OTCS admin service. Okay.
okay.
And the Tomcat or I. And in database, we don't have any such services and all. You need not worry about that. And in archive service, you will have two services. One is called as archive spawner, and other service is called as the same Tomcat or IAS. Okay, archive spawner spelling is Spawner. Okay,
SPAW.
NER archive
Yeah.
spawner. These are the two services there also, and same the flow is same only. First OTCS, then Tomcat, and then we're turning it on Tomcat, and then OTCS. Okay. Mhm. Any doubts with that?
No, no,
Mhm.
no, Vicky.
So, are you aware? Like, you might be knowing that, right? I'm not sure, but I'll just check with you. Like, every document, every individual file that we add into OpenText, right? So, after adding, it will have a node ID or data ID, right? If you know,
Yes, yes, yes.
yeah,
Object ID. Yeah.
correct. Object ID, right? So, yeah. So, it is always kind of a tree-like structure only. Whatever document we add into it, it has an object ID, or we call as a node ID or a data ID. So in the table also, right, in the D3 table, it will be stored, it will be having a data ID. Okay,
Yes.
so yeah, so and in the D3 table, it will have one parent ID also. So whatever whichever folder it is, inside which folder it is, that will be its parent. So in that way, it allows us to have a tree-like structure. So in that way, every documents are connected in that tree-like structure to its actual parent folder. So based on that only, search actually works. So what happens is now when you add a document into content server, right? So it will not be available for search immediately. So there is some amount of time that it takes. After that only it will be always available. It will be available for search. Why? Because at that particular time only indexing happens. Okay. So in that particular time, indexing happens. So in indexing, what happens, that's what we are going to see now. Okay. Mhm. So first thing is, like let's say you add a drag and drop a document into content server, right? When you drag and drop or add any file or document, or if you create a folder into content server, so first its actual details will be stored into one table. Actually, that table is called D3 notify. After that only, it comes to D3 table. Okay, so this will be a very important thing. Like first thing, whenever you add any data into a content server, it first goes to D3 notify table. Okay, so that is called as an extractor process, producer process. So the first step that we are seeing, right? So here only, so it goes to that table called D3 notify, and from there, so we have some processes called I-pools, which are also called as interchange pools. Okay. Mhm. So what that interchange pools that are like that, those interchange pools happen in the background. They only move the files from one part to another, but you might not be seeing that in real time. Okay, so that will be there. So what happens? So once it goes to this producer process or extractor process, it will be inside the D3 notify table, and from there it will be sent to this DCS. So the DCS means document conversion service. So in DCS, why it goes to DCS? The actual documents that are coming to content server will be converted into some machine readable format. Okay, first it will be converted to some machine readable format in the DCS, and after that, from DCS, it will be sent to this update distributor. Okay, so this update distributor will be the one that collects all the converted documents, and it will start to send it for indexing. Okay, indexing means we have all the node IDs, right? Let's say you had 10
Uh,
documents.
yes,
Or,
Vicky, one doubt.
hmm,
There is a word called IPOL. What does that mean?
yeah, so from one process to another process, it has to go, right? So they are called interchange pools. Okay,
Okay, that is
so
interchange
these are,
tool.
yeah, interchange pools. Yeah, so interchange pool, I pool, interchange pool.
Okay,
I is for interchange. Okay,
yeah.
so this happens in the background only. In real time, you will not able to see it. Okay.
Okay,
Okay, so those, but how these are getting transferred from one process to another process means because of these interchange pools only. But in real time, nowhere you will be able to see that. Okay, yeah.
okay,
So I'll tell you where you will be able to see all these extractor to DCS to update distributor in your environment. Okay, in my
okay,
environment, I am not having access to it. But if you get an idea, like if you understand what I'm saying, so you will see this in the module. I'll mention the module name. If you go there, right, you will be able to see this actually extractor to DCS, DCS to update distributor, all these you will be able to see there, and you will be able to see
okay,
the documents also in the queue. So all those things. So tomorrow when you come back,
okay,
right, you can check that module and come back. So if you have any doubts
okay,
in that module, you can let me know at that time. Okay. Mhm. Okay,
okay, okay,
so yeah, so this is called document conversion service, right? So it converts the document to the to some of the machine readable format. So then what happens? It goes to update distributor, right? So this update distributor will be storing, like having the documents that were converted to the machine readable format, and it will send to these index engines. So these index engines only will be indexing the documents, which means what indexing is not easier in content server. Why? Because right, if you know, like you're also aware that that content server enables search through the documents also. So it means when you send a document, let's say a PDF file or a Word file, it has to index the entire document page by file, page by page. So it will index in that way. So it will go through all of those documents and it will store all of its contents into this index engine and store it. It will be having that data there. Okay, and after that, it will be available in the search engine also. So this is the flow. It will be available in the search engine. Now, let's say you are the end user. So this is the actual flow that happens. I'll give you an example what will happen when you search any document. So let's say you are an end user. You are searching one file that you added yesterday. Okay, let's say in that way you added a file today and you are searching that file, and what will happen? The search manager is there, right? So this search manager is nothing but a dynamic program that will write a query itself automatically based on your search. Okay. So what it will do, let's say you search some keyword or the name of the file, and it will write a query itself, like a dynamic query. Select this name from the entire area. So in that way, it will write a query itself. Entire area means in the enterprise area. Okay, when you like search it globally, when okay, so this is global search. Okay, so what will happen if you enter from the global search and at the enterprise level, what will happen? It will write a dynamic query in a way that it searches through the entire enterprise. Okay, if you are inside some particular folder and if you are searching, right, it will write a query in that way, like select that keyword from this particular node ID. Let's say you are searching from this folder, it will put this node ID and it will start searching through it. So in that way, the search manager will enable dynamic search by writing a dynamic query. And this search federator, so the job of the search federator is to what will it will do, the query that search manager wrote and the result obtained no, from that query, it will search in the search engine, and it's like an intermediate. Search federator is an intermediate. It will get the file from the search engine and it will give it back to the search manager through whatever the query was written, right? It will do that job. So this is the complete search process that will happen in the background whenever you do a search or a normal search. So this is just an overview that I gave. So from the overview, the flow, did you understand what's happening in the background, or do you want me to walk through
Yes.
again? Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Uh, uh, from index engine, I mean, I
Uh-huh.
understood, but from
Okay.
extractor to update a distributor, what happens actually?
Uh-huh.
Just some confusion happens.
Some confusion. Okay, okay, no
Yeah.
worries. I'll tell you. So extractor, right? So as I was saying, like when you add a file into content server, so it goes to the table called D3 notify. Okay. So what happens? This extractor like extracts all the documents from the D3 notify table. Okay, and then it's this iPool will take that data from that extractor and it will send to this DCS. DCS means document conversion service. So, to like in this index engine, right? How it indexes, it has to index the entire document, right? So let's say you had a document which has hundreds of pages, right? So what will happen? Indexing hundreds of pages line by line is a complex task, right? So
Yes.
what this DCS does, it converts it into some machine readable format, its own format, so that all these things, right, it becomes simpler for content server to read and index. Okay, it has some logic, so to index that in the background. So that the job of this DCS is to convert the actual file that is present in the D3 notify table, or the extracted from the D3 notify table is extracted that data, right? So the job of DCS is to convert that into the machine readable format. Okay, it converted into
Okay.
some machine readable format. So let's say it can be an XML format, something. It will convert into some format like that, and from DCS it will go to update distributor. So update distributor will store that all the converted documents, it will keep within it, and it will send to the index engine accordingly. Why? You can ask, from DCS already converted it, why we need to send to update distributor and then to index engine, so it can directly go, right? No. Why? Because let's say, as I was saying, you if you send 10,000 documents, DCS will start converting all 10,000, and this update distributor, right, will send to the index engine one by one. Like once it completes one document, indexes one document, then it will send another. It's a kind of a queue management that update distributor does. Okay, so that's what happens in the index engine. Okay.
Okay.
So then after once it goes to the index engine only, the indexing process will happen. So now I'll show one more diagram. So now you will understand it much, in a much more better way. Okay. So the thing is, Yeah, the thing is, right, you can have multiple extractors. Uh, like, is the first diagram. Sorry. So the first process is a extraction process, right? So
Yes.
in any architecture, you can have multiple extractors. Okay. So you can have multiple extractors, but only one, what to say, DCS. You cannot have multiple DCS. Okay. So you can have only one DCS, means document conversion service. Okay. And at the same time, you can have multiple update distributors.
Okay.
Okay, okay. Multiple update distributor, in the sense, inside a update distributor, you can add multiple index engines.
Okay.
Okay. So you can have multiple index engines. So let's say you sent 10,000, you loaded 10,000 documents. So now it will go to D3 notify table, right? So now, if only one extractor has to extract the data from the, what is that, D3 notify table, means it's very difficult for it. It will take lot of time, right? So what
Yes.
will, yeah, so it will take lot of time, right? So based on the load that you will receive, you might know on a day-to-day basis how many documents will come. So according to that, you have to create your extractors. Number of extractors you have to create. Okay. So I'll tell you that where you have to create or where it will be. You can see that, and you will get a better idea, much more better idea. Okay. So,
Okay.
and then this merge process is nothing but, whenever you add multiple extractors, right, you need to add a merge process, so that from both the extractors, all the data will come to this merge process, and then it will come to document conversion service, and the equal will then take it to update distributor. So now update distributor. So now let's say all the 10,000 documents came to update distributor. Now, if you have a single index engine, it will take still lot of time, and it will get overloaded. So you need to add multiple index engines. So after that, what will happen? The index engine will start to index the data, and it will send it to search engine. Okay, and it will go to the search federators respectively. Okay, so now what will happen is, all these, since it's a search process, right? All these will be handled by the admin server only. Okay, so as I was saying, so search process is done only by the admin server. So, okay, now how and where you do all these things? Okay, I'll tell you that. As of now, any doubt, Deepak, in the flow, in this flow which I was saying. So this is the flow
Uh,
actually. Hmm.
yeah. One doubt. Actually, service manager will write query itself and it gives to search predator. And
Yeah, yeah.
and search predator will work as intermediate for search manager and search engine, right? It will give the
Yes,
results.
yes.
Search predator will give the results.
Nothing. It gives the results. That's it. It
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
like takes the query from the search manager, and
And
sends
takes
that
the data from search
value.
engine.
Yeah, and it sends it back to the search manager. So search
Yeah.
manager gives it on the display for you, and it will be available for search. Okay.
Yeah.
So
Nothing but search
and
predator will give the results and it will have act as intermediate for search manager and search
intermediate.
engine.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly, exactly. This term itself is sufficient for while giving interviews. So
Yeah.
so, this is the like, when you attend many of the interviews, right? So they will ask this: Can you explain about the search architecture? So you can explain
Yeah.
this flow from date tree notified goes to extractor to DCS and update distributor, and you can explain to index engine, search vector, and search manager. So you can explain this flow, and you might get a question. So this question is very quite common. Can you have multiple DCS? Okay, so the
Okay.
answer is straight away no. They'll ask you this. Can you have multiple DCS? No. You can have multiple extractors, and in update distributor, you can have multiple index engines. Okay, so this is the answer you can give. And also in update distributor, right, you have multiple index engine, right? So an index engine is not alone. An index engine will have an index module, it will have a search engine, and that's it. So it has this entire thing along with with this. Okay, so in content server it is a partition. So a single partition will have index engine, index module, and search engine along with it. Any confusion
Okay.
there?
No, no, no.
No, right? Okay. So
Yeah.
what will happen? So when you add multiple extractors, it is a single module only. So multiple extractors directly will have. So that's the reason in an update distributor, you will have to create various partitions. Okay.
Okay.
So, so various partitions, and let's say you have only one admin server, right? And you have only 16 GB of RAM, and if you add four partitions, right, your machine will get overloaded. You can't do that. So when you create a partition, it will ask you how much GB of RAM you want to allocate to it. So if you have only 16 GB of RAM, let's say some 4 GB of RAM gets allocated to the system itself to perform the operations, so to maintain the C drive related operations or OS related operations, it requires some 4 GB of data. No, sorry, RAM. So that is allocated. So remaining 12 GB is there. Out of that, 8 GB one partition will take, and if you are going to add another partition, remaining 4 GB can't handle it. Okay, so you need to add additional RAM first to your machine or your VM admin machine, and then only you can add additional partition. Okay,
Okay.
so this is how it works. So each partition and all, and whatever I said now, right? Additional extractors, you will be able to see DCS and everything. You will be able to see in your UI itself. So
Okay.
that's the thing that content server has made. So only thing is you will be able to see the extractor, and you will be able to see the DCS and update distributor and everything. All these operations that happens in the background, you will not be able to see, and it shows the number also, what's happening, how many documents are present in the extractor to DCS queue, DCS to update distributor queue. You will be able to see it. Let me see if I have access to it. Mine is a cloud edition, so for many of the things they have removed my access. But no worries, I will tell you where it is. You can go through it completely. Each of the item you can go through, and any doubt in that you can let me know. I'll clarify that. No worries. Okay, so the thing is, in admin module, you have a module called system object volume. Okay, or
Okay.
in general they call it as SOV. Okay, it is called as system object volume, and if you go inside that, right, so there you will be able to see this actually. Mm, this flow, how it will be, I'll just show you, or if possible, I'll try to get one screenshot and I will share it with you. Okay,
Yeah, it's
mm,
better.
better, right?
Yes.
Mm, yeah, just a minute. Yeah, I have asked someone from OpenText itself. So once I get that during the call itself, we might get. If I get that, I'll quickly show you that. Else,
Okay.
tomorrow I'll show you that. But no worries, I'm explaining it now.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay.
Tomorrow also you can be.
Yeah, I can show no nothing. But meanwhile, you can also try to open that module. The module name is called the System Object Volume. Okay. So there, what will happen is okay, so what will happen? So, like, let it be. So here first, you will see, like, what is that? Extractor, and then DCS. So, and extractor to DCS, how many are in the queue? How many are stuck in the queue? That count you will be able to see. And in the next line, DCS to update distributor. How many DCS to update distributor? How many documents are there in the queue? And how many got stuck. So in that way, like not in the queue, how many got processed and how many are still pending. All those you will be able to see in that way completely. And then update distributor to search engine, so it will be showing you that. Mm, let's say if you have multiple extractors, right? From extractor 1 to DCS, extractor 2 to extractor 1 to merge process to DCS. So in that way you will be able to see in your system object volume. Okay, so it will show you how many documents got processed and how many are pending in the queue. So those queued items will be going to the or will be getting processed in the background. Okay, so in that way only you will be able to track. And what will happen also, I'll write one query and show you also. Mm, mm, Notify. Okay, so if you see, the count is one. There, which means someone added a document and there is one document in the D3 notify queue. Okay. So sometimes what will happen? Uh, like if someone searches the document, they will come to you and tell, I'm not, I added one document, but yesterday, and I'm not able to search that document. They will tell like that. So in that case, you need to check everything is working or not, right? You need to check it, right? So for how you track it down, first you need to see whether extractor is working or not. Extractor, the job of the extractor is to extract the data from D3 notify table, right? So you need to check whether the count in the D3 notify is reducing or not. So that's your first job. Okay. And after that, you need to check other queues. Mm, Extractor to DCS, DCS to um, update distributor to search engine. All the count or the queued items are getting reduced or not. You need to check it. Okay, so that will that way only you should track it. So, let me add one document into this admin home. The document got added, right? So, so you can see now the count is 4. Okay, so which means it doesn't take the document as a single document. It has to read through the entire document, right? So every individual page it has will be taken as a count. So in this way, so if you keep on refreshing, so now it got reduced to 2. So in that way, slowly extractor will extract the data and it will process them and it will send to the complete flow which I was talking about. Okay.
Okay.
Mm, any doubts as of now? Mhm.
No, actually, whatever I have doubt, I ask you, right?
Sorry. Uh-huh.
Whatever I'm getting, I mean, queries in my mind, I'm asking in the middle of the section itself, right? So,
Ah,
right,
right,
as of
right.
now,
Okay.
yeah, as of now,
You're
I have
clear.
no doubt.
Okay. Okay, okay, sure, sure. So what I will do, I'll try to get that screenshot also. I don't have
Oh,
access to
okay.
that module which I would have showed you. I'll get the
Mm-hmm.
screenshot of that, or in your environment, you can open system object volume,
Mm.
and I'll wait whether I can send a message and check in that VT3 notify. And also inside search volume, system object volume, right? You should go to enterprise search manager. Okay, so you note down that. So if you go to that, you will be able to see this flow. Okay,
Enterprise
so you'll
Search
be,
Manager, right?
yeah, enterprise search manager, you'll be able to see that flow. And once you see that enterprise search manager, right, at the bottom here, if you see this page, at the bottom of this page in this area, you will see that DC extractor to DCS, DC, all those count and all will be at the bottom. Okay, and at the top, you will be seeing all these four. There will be some other names, but there, right, there will be one option to see it in a tree view. Okay, so you can check all the four tabs and see, you will be able to see a tree view. If you click that tree view, what will happen, this one, all this flow which we were seeing, right, will come in a tree format, in a full tree format. So it will be easier for you to understand that. Okay, so
Okay.
now, yeah, and there, right, there, like okay, so there, how we see here, add a folder, add a document and all we are seeing, right? You will have an option to add an extractor, add a DCS, add a update distributor and all. You will have an option. So those are also customizable. So depending on the load of documents that are coming, it's up to you only to create the number of extractors, number of DCS, or number of the update distributors. So it's completely customizable. So if you open that tree view, you will be able to like customize, or you will be able to create that flow, how to add the extractor to DCS, DCS to update distributor. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Once you go and search in your model, like environment, right, you will
Yeah.
be able to understand in a better way.
Actually, I
So
don't
I'll
have access to
also.
access admin access. I will check with my colleague. Yeah, sure.
Oh, okay, okay. Yeah, yeah, yeah. You can check with him once to show. Even I too don't like, since it's a cloud edition. I like these modules and all are restricted. Only OpenText has access to it directly. Yeah. Hmm. Okay.
Mm. Okay.
But no worries, this much, like, if you are aware and if you just see it, you will be able to understand that in a much better way. Mhm. Okay. So, this is that flow. Do you have this PPT with you? Mm.
No, actually, they have given, I mean, they have uploaded some other material like
Mm-hmm.
TRP, SAP TRP
Oh,
material.
okay.
I
That
will just
clear. Okay.
follow with Aditi.
Okay, okay, sure, sure. You can get this PPT, or I will, and also I have already shared the search architecture documentation also. You can just
Mm,
read through it, what it does and all. It's not necessary, you need to know it line by line. This is the actual process. Whatever that I explained now is the flow that is required to be remembered actually always, so that if you know
okay.
that flow, anytime any issues there, you will be able to track it. Yeah. Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
okay.
And yeah, you can check that module also once, and you can let me know. Okay.
Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, so this will conclude the search architecture. So any doubts, you can let me know tomorrow or in any of the sessions. We'll discuss it completely if you want again. Any
Okay.
doubts also, like we can discuss.
Mhm.
Yeah. Now shall we move to OTDS then?
Yes. Yes.
Oh, okay, okay. So I'll open the OTDS environment. Mm, Okay, so this is how an OTDS will look like. Okay, so have you seen OTDS before?
Yes, I have seen.
Okay, okay, then fine, then no worries. Yeah, so here, right, since as I was saying, if you have multiple products of OpenText, you will be able to, what to say, add all of them into your OTDS. So where you will be adding is under your resources. So if you see, we have content server and archive center, and both are products of content server, and we are like having both of them into our content server. And one more thing is now OpenText has made it mandatory for everyone to have OTDS. Why? Because mm, applying license for all these what to say products, they have we have to apply it from OTDS only, from the latest versions. Okay, so
Okay.
no need to, yeah, from the direct you can see this license keys, right? So you can see each of the content object importer is also a individual module. So license can be applied from here only, not from the content server level. And content server also, for content server itself, you have to add license here only, not at the content server module or content server admin module. Okay, so you cannot do it
Okay.
from there. So you need to do it from here only. So the thing is, you need to add your product. So it will ask for your license key name. Resource ID is nothing but whichever product it is. So let's say you installed your content server, okay, on in all your front ends, admins, and you completed that. So to apply license for it, when you install that module itself, you will be shown with your resource ID. So that resource ID you need to make a note, and if you put in your OTDs here, so that will be your resource ID. Okay, and
Okay.
that license key name that will be provided by OpenText, and this will be automatically taken. So this you need not worry. Based on your AD, it will automatically take. So license key should be provided. Okay, this ID automatically takes means wherever whichever server you have installed, right? Based on that, it will automatically take. Okay, that you need not worry at all. So this is not a editable field. So this license key name should be provided, and the key, actual key for that license should be provided in the license key. Okay, and in the
Okay.
license key, once you do that, yeah, let me see. Yeah, so this the license key will be something like that, like this, like you, if you have, they will give like a file. So you need to load that file here. and it will automatically get loaded and it will produce
Okay.
a license certificate. Okay. So this is how a license will be added for any individual module. Okay. So
Okay.
object importer also is in a licensed module. Web report is also a licensed module. So this is how you apply the license. So every customer who has the latest version should have a OTDS nowadays mandatory, so that they can apply the licenses. And then coming to the resources, right? Once you add the license keys, so under resources, automatically whatever products you added will appear here under resources. Let's say you applied a license for content server and you applied a license for archive center, automatically it will get be reflecting in your resources. Resources are nothing but your individual products. Okay, so all those will be getting displayed here. So with this, the resource addition and license key addition, that's the process for that. Now, the partitions, what is authentication handler, what is your users and groups, all those we will see. Okay, the first thing is partition. Partition is very, very important in OTDS. Okay, so the thing is, are you aware of partition before we start with this, with the partition
No,
module?
no.
Okay, yeah, I'll tell you what it is. So now you, what to say? Okay, so you know about, do you know about Active Directory concepts, Deepak? What it is?
No, Vicky.
Okay,
No
okay, no
idea.
worries. Okay, okay, nothing to worry. So I'll explain the flow of what is an Active Directory. It is a general concept only. Okay, so every application in your organization, any of the organizations, right, globally, will undergo this AD process, Active Directory process. Okay, and once I give an overview of that, you can just go through over the internet also. But no need to go through also. The flow which I explain you itself will be sufficient. But in case maybe if you want to still further explore, you can go through. Okay. So
Okay.
let me tell you that okay, every organization, right, will maintain an active directory. Okay, so whenever you are hired into an organization, right, so let's say you are a new employee, you got onboarded. Okay. What will happen, every organization will maintain an active directory. So what an active directory is nothing but a multiple set of user groups. Okay, that is maintained globally. Okay, so what's the need of maintaining multiple user groups? If you have a question, the thing is, let's say a simple example I'll give you. Whenever you open your machine, so you see some of the standard wallpapers or lock screens, right? So where they will be showing some, it is development days. So this is this day, that day. They will be changing the screens and all, right? If you remember, if you can see your lock screen, you will be able to see a customized lock screen,
Yes. Yes.
right? So let's
Yes.
say if the particular IT team has to make change for that, right, so they will have the group for the entire employees. So for that group, they will completely change the what to say, lock screen. So that is a generic idea, the simple idea I'm saying. Okay, but that is how they will do it. Okay. And apart from that, let's say you will have your company portal, right? So there you will be seeing some of the softwares that you have access to, right? So based on your role, you will be added to some AD group. Based on that only, you will be able to see that as well. Any doubts?
Uh,
Is in any idea to make it more clear, right? I'll tell you. So let's say you have been added to your organization. So at first they will have to enable certain access to your ID, right? Which means
Yes.
if your organization is using some VPN, they need to add you to that VPN. So all those things are there, right? Or so all multiple things like that. So you to enable certain things on your machine, those things will be there. For each of those things, they will be having certain groups, Active Directory groups. They will add you to that group so that you will be added to that functionality. Okay, so like it's
Okay.
similar to our content server only. So you are maintaining various groups. So to whenever a user is there added to OpenText directly, he will not be a part of any group. So generally, whichever has public access, he will be able to see. But specifically, if you want to see something, you will be creating a group for that, and you will be adding that user to that particular group, right? And the permission of that group will be defined by you only. In that way only, an organization, uh, to make job easier, what they do, they create an active directory. So that in that active directory they will define multiple groups. So one group is for VPN, one group is for wallpapers, and in that way, that is simple examples. At a high level, at networking level also, they will have various groups created, and based on that only they are able to see. Even if you are working from home also, they are able to install various things on your machine locally, because you are part of some group. With that, they are able to connect to your system through the network, and they are installing certain things without you being there, without being directly at office. Okay, in that way
Okay.
only, active directory is so helpful. So every organization will have an active directory. There are various active directories in the market. The primary Azure Active Directory is the most common one. Okay. Yeah, the most common one is always Microsoft's one only. So yes, so every local machine has an active directory. So it's
Okay.
not every if you have your personal machine also, it will have an active directory. Okay, so yeah, users and computers will be respond to open. Mm, yeah. So if you open in your local machine also, what all maintained or what all groups are there? Mm, so in this way, see, you can see multiple computers or multiple things will be there to maintain at a certain level. So you will be part of those groups and you will be added
Okay.
to them. In that way, it will be maintained. Active Directory. So Microsoft is one that provide that's a major Active Directory software provider. So most of the organization uses Active Directory sorry, Azure Active Directory only to maintain the users in their organization. Okay, so so that they can, if you want a server access also, right? So the server will have one particular group. So from the global AD group, they will add you to the that particular server group so that you will get access. So all these are
Okay.
maintained at the AD level only. So that's what an Active Directory is. So now why I was telling about this Active Directory, so to now in OpenText, you will try to use that your organization level Active Directory only to maintain its users and groups. Okay. Or
Okay.
you can use your inbuilt users and groups also. But how does that happen? I'll tell you. We stepped into partitions only, right? So basically,
Yes.
there are two types of partitions. One is synchronous partition and another one is non-synchronous partition. You have to remember this actually. This will also be an interview question. So, how many partitions are there and what are these two partitions? So you will have an interview question for sure if you have an interview. Okay. So,
Okay.
what is a synchronous partition? I'll tell you first. So, that's why I gave an idea about an active directory. So, if your organization is having an active directory, and if you want to sync with that active directory, right, you have to use that synchronous partition. So, if you see, okay, here I'm having access to create only non-synchronous partition, but leave that. I'll tell you. So synchronous partition is for that only. Can you see my screen?
Yes, I can see. Yeah, I can see.
Ah,
Uh,
okay, okay. So if you can see here, you have two options: new synchronized partition, new non-synchronous partition. So when you add a synchronous partition, right? So synchronous partition is nothing but you are planning to sync with your organization's Active Directory. Right. So, which means from what is that you are not going to sync your entire organization's Active Directory. Okay. So, from your organization's Active Directory, you will ask your org's AD team to create one AD group for you, one group for you, which you can name that as OpenText. Okay. You will first thing you will be reaching out to your org's AD team, Windows AD team, and ask them to create one AD group and you will give the name to it. Okay, and they will create that AD group in the name which you told. And what will happen? You need to sync that AD group with your partition. Okay, so you created a synchronous partition, let's say. When you add a synchronous partition, so I'll show you what all it will ask. Okay, it will ask for the connection information, which means you are going to connect with your organization's what is that AD. So it will ask this information. You need to get it from your Active Directory team. Then the authentication details. What is that username and password, and all those things, server name and all you will be getting. And the major thing is this group location. What is this group location? I will tell you. Okay, so this group location is nothing but your AD group location. Okay, so so this is how it will be. OU, DC, and these things will be there. They will this group location and all. You need not worry at all. Okay, these will be provided by your AD team, which means you would have asked them to create one group, right? So they will have lakhs of groups in the Active Directory because they are handling the Active Directory of your entire organization. Okay, so they need to provide the path of that group which you asked to create. So it might be sitting in any of the server. They will be having in some server that is in California or some in Chicago, like that. They'll have servers located in any of the location. So they will provide that location to you like this. See, if you see, this is one primary group and the name of the group that I wanted. So the name of the group I wanted. In that way, multiple groups I asked them to create, and all those group names they have given me in this query format. This is a filter. They call it as a filter. So they will have 10,000 or lakhs of AD groups. From that, you want these group names only. So they will give this query to you. This is called as a filter or a query, and you need to put it here. This they will only give, you need not worry. So this is the process that will happen once you enter this, and automatically this filter also you need to ask from them. So once you do this, you have an option to test it. Okay, all rest all are automatically taken. Okay, so rest all you need not worry at all. You need to set a scheduler also. I'll tell you why. Okay, rest all are automatically taken. Only thing is up to group location you have to do. No, sorry, up to user locations you need to get the group query from the your orgs AD team. Rest all will be automatically mapped. Scheduler alone you need to give the time. I'll tell you why. Mm, Rest all, that's it. Yeah, rest all are automatically taken. Okay, so now can test your can test it somewhere. Let me see where I can test it. Yes. So this is the location that your AD team gave, right? Orgs AD team. So you test your filters and location here. So you can see this is how it will be in your organization's AD group. So this way it will give you your respective group names. So these are the groups that you would have asked your AD team to create. So it should list
Okay.
all those. So these are the groups. So the naming convention they will tell you. So these are the naming convention that we can store in our AD group. Sorry, in our AD. Let us know. Like the prefix will be what to say predefined. After that, whatever name you want, you need to tell them in an understandable format. You should create that and give it to them so that they will create it. And once they give that filter to you, you should run that filter and see whether all are getting displayed or not. If all the groups that you mentioned to them is getting displayed, it's working fine now. Okay. So why we are creating this partition, synchronous partition is from the synchronous partition, now you have filtered out those groups which you want alone, right? Okay,
Mm.
so now
Okay.
now it will be slightly clumsy for you, but I'll explain why. So let's say you are a new member to your organization. You are added into your organization. Now you will be a part of a global AD group, a normal global AD group, like our content server. Once you get created, you will be in a normal default group only. You will not be a part of any other individual groups created, right? Okay, so now what will
Okay.
happen? Now you are a part of OpenText team. So if you are a part of OpenText team and if you want access, now your OpenText team, what they will do, they will ask you to create one ticket to your Active Directory team to get added to the group that was created by them. Let's say they created one group called OpenText users, and in your Active Directory, in your organization's Active Directory, they will ask you to raise one ticket to your AD team to get added to the group called OpenText users. And why why they would tell that, they would have synced that OpenText users AD group to this what is that synchronous partition, means they would have got the filter from the AD team, and they would have linked it to this partition. Okay. So by doing that, what will happen if you get added to that AD group, OpenText users AD group? mm, I was telling that, right? You have a scheduler here. So when all
Yes.
that partition that you created, synchronous partition that you created, should sync with your organization's Active Directory. So that is the schedule. So every day, if you want to sync, you can do it. Or let me see. So weekday, specific days, weekdays. So in those times alone, it will sync your what is that OTD, like that synchronous partition with your organization's AD. Means that OpenText users group it will sync, so that if you created a ticket and you got added to that group, means once this sync job runs only, you will come to this partition. Okay, so you will come to this partition. So once you
Okay.
come to this partition, you will be part of this member. Like you will be a member of this partition. Like this, your name also will be added. Okay.
Okay.
So now you are a part of the partition. After that, you will get access to content server. So now, if you inside content server, if you want to get added to any of the groups, you create a group here. Whatever you want to do, you can do. Okay, you create a group and you add yourself or add anyone that is maintained at the OTDS level itself, or you can do that from content server. That's a normal process, users and groups that you do. Okay, but how a user can be added, this is the process.
But in
Any
our,
doubt here?
I mean, in our organization,
Mhm.
we'll add to the connections
User
like in a gem
manually.
server,
Mhm,
yeah, manually, so that after
mhm.
4 hours, it automatically gives permission to that user to the portal.
Yeah, oh, okay. To the content server portal you're saying,
Yeah,
right?
yes, yes.
Yeah. So in that server where you are adding them, like
To the
any.
LDAP connections.
Okay, perfect. Now I forgot that now you are there. Okay, so now you are there. So now I'll tell you what's an LDAP. Okay, now I told right,
Yeah,
this is a synchronous partition. Yeah. So
yes,
we set the schedule right. It should run every day at this particular time. Okay, so it has to sync with your orbs AD, and after syncing with your orbs AD, it will identify that you have been added to that group called OpenText users, right?
yes,
Correct. It will know that you have been added, and it will sync into the what is that? This synchronous partition. So you will be a part of
mm,
this users. So to
uh,
do that, how it will sync, so that you have to know. So let's say your organization might have definitely lakhs of users, right? It's a service organization, so you are having lakhs of employees there. So
yes,
if it has to go through the entire Active Directory, and also it will have lakhs of groups also, not only a group for OpenText, it will have a group for various other operations, various other teams also, right? So if it has to go through all of those users, all of that groups, it's a tedious task. It needs some intermediate thing to do that, to in a quicker way. So in our extractor to DCS, iPool was doing that, right? So here
yes,
you have, yeah, here you have a process called LDAP. Okay, LDAP is nothing but Light Directory Access Protocol. Okay, lightweight, sorry, not lightweight directory access protocol. Okay, so so you can see lightweight directory access protocol. So
protocol.
yeah, so for everything you have a protocol. So for if you want to send an email, so there is that what is the protocol? SMTP protocol. Okay,
Yes,
server
SMTP.
mail, yeah, server like simple mail transfer protocol. That is a protocol that transfers the email from you to another person to whom you are sending. Right. So what it does is that SMTP will take the mail from you, and it delivers to the destination people to whom you are going to send. Your organization might have lakhs of people, and to the mentioned number of people, if it has to send, it will do the job for you. The same way, the LDAP is a job that will take the LDAP is the process that so you can see here LDAP levi.com, right? So LDAP is the process that OpenText has taken to sync with your Active Directories. So now you asked, that question was correct actually. I forgot to say that, but yeah. So that's how your sync happens. So what you are doing is you are adding to that LDAP group. So nothing but you are adding to that LDAP group. That group, what it will do, it will sync with your organization's AD and see, and it will cross verify if you are really part of that organization's AD. And you will, however, put your email ID, something in that LDAP, right? Mhm.
Yeah, we'll put our
So
IDs. Yeah,
IDs, right? So, or
yeah,
employee ID, something like that. So it will first cross verify with your org's, what is that, AD group, whether this user is a valid user or not. Then, if it's a valid user, you will be added to the respective group. So once you are added to the respective group, you will be getting the access. So every 4 hours means your sync time is 4 hours. That would be
Yeah,
set.
schedule time. Mm.
Yeah, scheduled time. So that the 4 hours will be scheduled. So this is how any organization or any product, right? Let's say there is one more product, SAP. So if you want to maintain user level there also, they will have an active directory. They will try to sync with that active directory in this way only. So active directory and LDAP are some generic concepts. So it's not only related to open text, it is a generic idea. So if you know that, you are little bit aware of what is an active directory, how it is maintained, all the users in your organization are maintained, you will be aware of. So this is what happens there. So are you clear now with the
Yes.
synchronous partition now,
Yeah, got
Deepak?
some idea.
Yeah, okay, okay. So now, right, so this is how synchronous partition is done, and this is how you sync with your orgs AD. Now we'll stop here. You go through all of these.
Okay.
Non-synchronous partition we'll see tomorrow. Don't want to confuse you with non-synchronous partition is quite simple. It's no need
Okay.
to sync with your simple overview. No need to sync with your orgs AD and all. You are going to create the users inside your OTDS itself without syncing with AD. You are going to maintain your users inside your OTDS itself. You will create the users here only. So why non-synchronous partitions will be used? Let's say if you are not if your content server is not going to have many users. Let's say in some of the scenarios, they will buy content server and they will have only 10 users only. So in that case, no need to sync with your AD every day, right? To have maintain 10 users, you can create those 10 users into your OTDs itself. Hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the reason. You need not sync with your AD every day. Syncing with an AD is a tedious task. Instead of that, you can
Mm.
have a how to say, non-synchronous partition, and you can have it there itself. That's it. Okay.
Okay.
But still, I will brief you more tomorrow. So
Okay.
now you can go through all of this, and if you have any doubts, you come back tomorrow. We'll still, you might get once you go through it again, and whatever doubts you have, you let me know. We will still discuss. Okay.
Yeah, I will go
Yeah.
through this video again today, and
Yeah.
will let you know if any doubts
Yeah. Yeah. Sure.
arise.
Sure. 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 This index engine performs the index part. Sorry, indexing part. Okay, so that's the reason. So that is there. Why? Because the index engine runs through all the files that it has. So that's why separately indexing they have put index. They have put it. Okay. So
Mm.
every index engine will perform the indexing assigned to it, and then it sends to the search engine. So nothing much different, nothing different there. So it's like actually extractor to DCS to update distributor, update distributor to index engine to search engine. So that's the process.
Okay.
Yeah, index engine to search engine only. So it does the indexing. So it is in the background. It's like it has its own DB kind of where it does the indexing process. Yeah. Mhm.
And
So,
what about these
mhm.
logs? We will have the DSL logs and update distributor logs, right?
Yes, but logs won't be we won't be using the logs mostly. Okay, I'll tell you
Okay.
why. Logs are not mostly required at all because the UI itself makes you much more clearer to handle the errors. Mostly, yeah, not mostly. We never use the logs for such an indexing. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm, I'll tell you the purpose. I was not able to get that system object volume, but in case if you were able to see it, any by any chance were you able to see that? System object volume. Mm,
No, actually,
no, right? Okay, okay, fine, fine,
no.
not an issue. I'll get it for you. I'll show you that
Okay.
screenshot. Yeah, in that page, right, system object volume. Okay. So what will be there, right? I was saying you, right? Where is the paint? Yeah. So yeah, like this, you will be seeing extractor to DCS. So how many documents processed, how many are in the queue. So sometimes you might notice there are a lot of items pending in that queue itself. Okay.
Okay.
So in that case, so if the same number of items are always pending in the queue, then you need to click on that queued items. So if you click on that queued items, what it will show is it will open up the failed items. It will ask you what to do with those items. In that case, what you have to do is like send it back to reindexing. So it will have that option, straightforward option. It's not like somewhere hidden or something like that. You need to send it for reindexing. If you do that, what will happen? It will be sent back to the queue. That's it.
Okay.
So that is the only thing we do. Apart from that, most of the time, not most of the time, we don't need necessarily, like go to the logs and check for the search and indexing part. Everything is handled at the UI level itself, nothing much here. The other part of logs we will be seeing actually, I think you might be knowing the three logs, thread logs, connect logs, and what is that? One more logs we have. So logs part we will be definitely seeing trace logs and
Okay.
all. Okay, so those logs are important actually. So
Okay.
those logs where we should go and see, and what's the importance of those logs, I'll tell you. So those are necessarily very, very important logs actually. Hmm. Okay, so thread, connect, and trace. By any chance, have you heard about these logs?
Threadlock I heard.
Thread logs, right? Okay, yeah.
Mm.
Thread logs like all the content server related operations will be in the thread actually. Yeah. Okay, so in the thread logs and in the connect logs, all the database operations, all the SQL related operations will be in the connect logs. And in the trace logs, right? All the what is that? System level operations. Like if you see that content server is not operating well, some working abnormally, so all those will be present in the trace. So you will be able to identify from them. But yeah, we'll be seeing them at a later stage, somewhat later stage. Mm, After seeing all most of the other modules, so what thread connect and trace does, and still few more logs are also there. What do we do with them? All those things we'll be seeing. Yeah,
Okay.
because those logs are very much important, and any content server, if we work with OpenText and all, most of the times we might be requiring those logs for always checking what has happened, where the failure has gone wrong, all those things. Yeah. Mhm.
Okay.
And at OTDS levels also, we have four set of logs. One is direct OTDS logs. Okay. That also, when we discuss it about logs only, we will discuss. But I'll just show you that since so at OTDS level, you see here log files. So when you go there, you see OTDS, directory provenance, directory access, and then directory audit. So these four set of logs are there. So what are these four logs also? I'll explain. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, so that's the thing. So as of now, anything with the OTD is also any doubts, AD, any clarification with
L-
AD, no.
Like any we'll have any classification of users in OTDS.
Hmm. Like classification of users in the sense, any how you are
Like how many
saying,
types of users? we'll have in your TDS.
Okay, okay. Oh, like that. Oh, no, that any number of n number of classifications like that we can have. Like how
Mm.
I'm saying this, one thing is partition. We used to create a partition to sync with your org's AD, right?
Actually, I
So,
heard about sync users and non-sync users. So
mm,
in that way, I'm
mm.
asking the users.
Right, right. Yeah, we are yet to cover that non-synchronous part. Right. Yeah. Mhm. Yes, yes. So on that day, we stopped with the synchronous only, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. So that's what. So when we are doing synchronous partition, so if you can see here, this is a synchronous partition where this has that symbol, and as per the schedule that you have set, it will sync the users, right? And inside that synchronous partition, so you will be able to create multiple set of groups. Okay, you can create n number of groups as required. So but that group you can't directly create inside the OTDS. So that group has to come from the AD level. So, if you want that process to be automated, that's any process automatically you want to create means, that's the reason you use a synchronous partition. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll also give you a small example. Why do we actually need a synchronous partition? And that also still dependent on the requirement only. So if an organization purchases content server, and it's purely for end user document management or document storage, and let's say in their project at least some 1,000 people to 5,000 people are using their content server. So in that case, right, let's say, if they want to create all the 1,000 users inside their content server, it's a manual process, right? So 1,000 users, if you have to create individually, it's manual, and it's really painful process to create 1,000 users, and also create those many groups also. Okay, so you won't have 1,000 groups, but at least some, let's say 5 to 10 groups at least minimum. Let's say you are having for that project, or 5 groups, let's say, and you have to add those 1,000 users to the respective groups, right? So that's also again a manual process. Correct. So that's the reason mostly what happens, right? Uh, Always in those scenarios, organization prefers this synchronous partition, and in that case, users are like any all the organization's employees are present in the organization's AD itself already. So your job is now to create a synchronous partition, and if any of the users you want to what to say add into OpenText. So let's say it's a ticketing process. If you could get a ticket, so based on that, you add the users into the AD, and after that it gets synced with the content server. Sorry, with the OTDS. So then the users are added into the group also directly, because in the AD itself already you would have created groups also. So in that way. So any doubts with that, Deepak?
No, no.
Okay, so that's the reason. So in order to avoid those manual process, so we do that basically. So in some cases, some organization, what it does, so it is purely all the contents of our operations are handled at the administrator level only, who is going to use the content server. So one or two people, or maximum some 5 people will be there for handling that content server. So in that case, only 5 members, right? So only for those 5 members, they do not need a synchronous partition. So that time a non-synchronous partition itself is sufficient. So these kind of partitions are non-synchronous partitions. So you can create a new non-synchronous partition. So what happens? Show you nothing when you create. Non-synchronous partition, nothing much it asks. So this much details only it asks about the name and what description you want for that. Why? Because sometimes if you have created multiple non-synchronous partition, for what purpose it is you are using, you need to give. That's the reason. So in that, if you go to view members, right? So you how you create users means so add the user, new user, his first name, last name, and then his email ID. So all those things whichever required, you create. And wait, after that, what else are required? Add and then we show you. So, name, first name. So this much sufficient. Any description you want, you can give. And okay, so this one, most of the time you shouldn't give the require password change on reset not required. So you give that and also give the password never expires and user cannot change password. So that users, whatever users you add, they don't change the password frequently, else it might end up in lot of confusion. Like not confusion, administrators will have lot of work still. Sometimes they'll tell I did something, I forgot my password, I reset my password and I logged it, all those things will happen. So all these operations should be done at administrator level only. It's better you do this option, user should never change the password and it should never expire. And you set the password for them. So some password test at 123 I'm giving. Okay. And at organization level, your title, department, and all those personal information, but these are not mandatory. So this user attributes automatically from whatever info you gave it, fix it. So to map with the respective attribute in the table database, it fix these inside COF table. It should automatically update, right? For that purpose, it does this. Then finally, custom attributes. This also nothing else you have to do. You just save after that. Password is weak. Okay. Okay, so user got created. So in that way, you can create multiple groups also and add those groups. So this is a non-synchronous partition. So that's
Okay.
the difference between synchronous and non-synchronous. So you saw I created a user within now you can see the users are two. Earlier it was one. So in that way, you create the users internally inside the OTDS, and you based on whichever application it is connected to, and those users will, sorry, that application will be able to see that users and groups. So that is the difference. So if that's what the example I gave. So if you have 1,000 users using content server, it's not required to use a non-synchronous partition. It's not best practice. Why? Because 1,000 users, you no need to create manually and do that manual task. Instead, you can create a synchronous partition, sync it with your AD, and directly create the groups and maintain them. That's it. So that's the simplest thing you can do. Yeah. So that is the difference between synchronous, non-synchronous partition. And any doubts with that? Yeah.
No,
No, Deepak. Oh,
no, I
okay.
got that.
Oh, okay, then fine. So with that partition part is done. So that's the need of partition where you are creating partitions, different partitions, synchronous or non-synchronous, whatever required, you create that. And resources, what are applications are present or linked with this OTDS will be present here. Okay. And then we are coming to access roles means nothing but like what role that resource is having with the OTDS, whether it is configured properly or not. All the roles that you have, users and groups that you have created, right? So that role has been configured or added properly or not. So that's the configuration here you do. Okay, then your overall users and groups configured in your OTDS will be appearing here. So now coming to the most important part, another important part, authentication handler. Okay, so why this is required? Means authentication handler. You have two-factor authentications and all, right? For any apps that you have,
Yes.
phone pay, cred, anything on your mobile devices or any applications on, you can enable your two-factor authentication, right? In that way only, for with respect to any organization, this application OpenText is or OTDS is a third-party application for them, right? Because why?
Okay.
Because yeah, let's say you are going to use the synchronous partition. In that case, that OTDS or OpenText is going to use your organization's Active Directory. So your employee, which means your organization's Active Directory info is going to be shared with this OpenText application, which is a third-party application, and whoever gets access through that is going to use this application. So in that case, your organization is going to share your employees' info with OpenText to access the application, right? So it is going to share something. In that case, so it wants to set up some level of security so that it what to say. mm, the data is secure at some level, right? So that's the reason they will would want to set up this two-factor authentication. Okay, so generally how it would be, right? I'm not sure how you access content server through URL or through single sign-on. I'm not sure how you access content server through through direct URL you access, or how is it, Deepak?
Like actually we'll use ping feed like single sign on.
Single sign-on, right? Okay, okay,
Yes.
then fine. Then perfect. So then it is much easier for me to explain you that. Okay. So in that case, if single sign-on is being used, right? mm, so there will be something to be configured for that. To configure that SSO. That SSO should also be configured in this authentication handler. So there will be some authentication handler they will be using to authenticate your application. Okay. So, so these are all the possible authentication handlers by default OTDS or OpenText gives. Azure, Facebook, OAuth, Google OAuth, LinkedIn OAuth, in that way, Okta, then what? So these are some major authentication handlers. So most of the organization might just a moment. Yeah. So most of the organization by default already they would be using some authentication handler for all the applications at organization level. So that only they would be preferring. So mostly many organizations uses Okta or Azure or anything like that. It's not mandatory they should use this only. Whatever authentication handler they have, they we need to give that name, and it has a handler type to configure. Mostly, the authentication handler will be configured as a SAML 2.0 authentication handler. So SAML authentication handler is nothing but if it is a web-based application, right? Most of the web-based applications are handled using this SAML authentication handler. Okay, so with that you can configure your application directly. Okay, let me tell you what is that. Don't get confused. It's simple only. Like like what do you say, this any protocol that we have, what is that, LDAP or SMTP. So we for any, what is that, this authentication related integrations, right? So these authentication handlers are some markup languages. Okay, like XML or HTML, those are some markup languages. So by predefined small code, they will be defined something. So that will integrate with any like your application with that authentication handler. Here is some. I say SAML is nothing but security assertion markup language. Okay, so that will enable allow your single sign-on. Okay, so you need not worry about that. That's all handled in the background. So let's say your organization has some Azure SAML or Okta SAML. What would be, what would be configured? You should see is so the authentication handler name is Okta. Authentication handler type is, if it's a web-based application, it's always SAML only. So SAML, by default, all the applications will have that code written in them to integrate with any application. Like SAML integration will be there. So you need not worry about that. SAML integration you can give. So then partition. So if it is a synchronous, if you're going to sync your synchronous partition, you give that partition name. And coming to parameters, so this is the important part. So this parameters, you need not fill anything from your side. You are going to get this info from your organization. So your organization will provide you this info. So with that you are going to set up your single sign on. Actually, basically you are setting up the single sign on. So they will have this meta IDP metadata URL. They need to provide this single sign on URL, SAML URL. So let's say I'll give you an example so that it is very, very clear for you. So the thing is, now you are a part of OpenText team, right? So you have to enable single sign-on for your OpenText application. So all the users have to use, correct? So in that case, they will ask you, like you need to reach out to your organization security team, or if the single sign-on, whichever team is there, you need to reach out to that team. So they will ask you few questions. So they will ask you, the first question is this an installed application or it's a web-based application? So the if you tell it's a web-based application, they will ask you, so SAML is supported or not. So which means SAML integration. So you can see that in that what is that, authentication handler, SAML is supported. So you can tell them SAML is supported. Okay. So in that case, they will provide you this metadata URL. Okay. So once you get that URL, you configure that URL into this URL IDP metadata URL part. So once that is done, these all things will be preloaded, automatically preloaded. And you should select this active by default should be true, so that any user tries this single sign-on, this is the default single sign-on option. So that's the reason why I have selected false. I'll tell you. So rest all are auto-filled. Okay, these are all auto-filled. Why? Because these are all some processes that OTDS follows to give you all the process. So those are all not at all required. Automatically, those all will be handled. And enable the authentication handler. Okay, so that you have to do. And another thing is, at organization level, how they support the single sign-on, whether through your email ID or employee ID, something like that. So you can see if it is employee number, you select, you add that also. So you should add that so that from your OTDS, that single sign-on will be supported. Okay, so once this is created, what will happen, I'll tell you. Okay, so I'll give you an organization is using Opta or Azure SSO as the single sign-on. So you, as I was showing now, you would create that authentication handler process and enable it here. Once it is enabled, it right, what will happen is team present in your organization or the application team, security team, whichever is handling the single sign-on, they will ask you the application URL. Your application's URL they will ask, so that they will configure that in the page or wherever it is. mm, where that SSO application will appear, which means how I'll tell you, with that you can relate with your org. So you can see my org. So has this, what is that? My apps, which is an Azure one, like Microsoft one. So where we access all our applications from here. So what's happening is, let me open text. So if you can see, open text is present there. So they have configured open text there, which means nothing but they will like add the URL of that application and it will be configured, and all the Active Directory groups that you created for that also will be configured by them. So once that is done, all since why they configure all the Active Directory groups, because those AD groups alone will be able to see the application, open text application in that my apps. So now since I'm a part of that AD, I'm able to see this open text test and all. Okay, that's the reason. So what happens? So now in your organizational application, I'm able to, or you will be able to see the open text. So now you click on this open text. So that is the single sign-on, and automatically the application should open, right? So when you click on this open text, what happens in the background is, so your organization has already configured that AD, right? It will first validate whether you are a valid user or not. So if you are a part of that AD or not. So once you are a part of that AD, it will go to the OTDS. Then it will check whether you are part of that OTDS group or not. If you are present in the OTDS only, you will get access to the application. So if it will check that, then so it will redirect to OTDS. Then the OTDS will check whether you are a part of OTDS or not. So if you are part of the OTDS user, then it will open the application or any doubts so that I can
No
explain you.
confusion.
No confusion, right? So if
Yes,
you
yes.
after rechecking also, if you have any doubts, you can let me know on this. Simple only, like just the redirection processes, and you're enabling that single sign-on. That's it. So, and your organizational team also will ask the URL from you, and they'll configure and add the AD groups, so that those AD groups will be able to see that open text application. And on a single click, or if they click on it, So your org will check whether you are a valid user in the AD, and if it is that, it will redirect to the OTDS. And after redirecting to OTDS, your OTDS will check whether you are an OTDS user, whether you have been given access to the application or not, it will validate. And if that is done, your application will open automatically. Basically, on clicking that, your application will open in a fraction of seconds. But in the background, this all happens. This all validation happens. After that, only your application opens. So this is how single sign-on works, actually.
No, actually, right now it's clear. If I
Mhm.
get, I will ask again.
Yeah, yeah, definitely, definitely. So remaining things, so until application roles only we will be using. So system config, all these are by default configurations that automatically what is that gets operated or loaded at the time of installation. Only one thing that you have to give is your SMTP port. Every organization by the default SMTP port is 25 only always. So in case if your org is using a different port, this SMTP port you config change it, but mostly OTDs where no other configurations we use only this much. Mm, After that, mostly uh, your logs only. Okay, your logs are only important. So these are the four logs that are present in it. So as I was saying, the OTDS is the most important log. Why? Because it has all the related information that is happening in your OTDS end to end whatever is happening with the date time stamp. So you can see on this time info level, what happened, some authentication handler is not available, so that error. And if you see now, password must contain it, we created on user, and we got this error, password must contain at least one uppercase. So that is also
Yes.
logged. Yeah, all these are logged one by one in the OTDS log, general OTDS log. If it's an info level log, it's just an update. It writes everything in it, right? So info is nothing but it has written something, and that you can know. Debug level logs are something that's an error that you need to look into. Okay, so that's how you track your logs. If you find difficult to see from here, means you can zip and download your log, and after that you can open your Notepad++ and validate them. Then I'll come to directory access audit, and then to directory provenance. So directory access at OTDS level itself, you will be able to find everything. But with all the date timestamp and everything, you're still facing some confusion. Means directly open directory access logs. All the access related errors will be logged here only. So as you were seeing, that authentication is successful or not, authentication is failure or not. So that what is that password weak error also we would have got here only. Mm, Inventory. Mhm. That's the time, 18th only. Mm, Okay, now I saw that somewhere, but now I have to do it. No worries. So all your authentication related in logging will be present in your OTDS access logs. Okay, so sorry, directory access logs. So that is also very important. So if in case in OTDS, if you are not able to find your access related information, you can come to your directory access logs and directory audit. So audit is also every user level information will be stored here. So let's say user level I'm saying means let's say if you are an OTDS user, whoever like what are all OTDS user performing any operation in what is that in OTDS, it will be logged here. So all that user level logging will be. So what they did inside OTDS, or say what they configured into OTDS. So all that audit will be there. So any OTDS level user configuring into your OTDS, making configurations into OTDS. So let's say I created one partition, I created one authentication handler. All those will be audited here. So that's the purpose of audit, because else everything will look similar only, right? So access is all access related, and audit is like all whatever changes that you do with your what to say
OTDS.
OTDS or any configurations, all will be in your directory audit logs. And coming to directory provenance logs, mm, all the configuration related. So configurations means you integrate or you sync with your AD, or you sync with your resources, whichever content server or info archive or any other application, archive center. So whatever integrated applications you are having, right? With respect to those integrations, some issue is happening or not. So those things you get. So mostly you can see enterprise sync error, which means with the synchronous partition, every sync is there, right? So those information, whether it's a success or failure or not. So that sync info we are getting. So which means that's an AD sync. So that will be present, and any other integrated applications, authentication handler related resources related also will be present in this logs. So in the directory provenance, you will be able to see what all happened, whether that user sync was a success or not. So for which partition it did, that sync, all those you will be able to see. So you can monitor for that from those. So you can make a note of these four logs: OTDS, directory provenance, directory access, and directory audit. Any doubts or any clarification with these logs, you can let me know. I'll clarify them. No issues. Mhm.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay. Oh, so now with this, that OTDS part also gets completed. Anything to clarify or any doubts you have as of now, Deepak?
No queries as of now.
Mm, okay, okay, Deepak. So this part is done. So today's is done. Now we will see about categories, classifications, and then we will get into the business workspace topic. Okay. So uh, just a minute. Can you hear me now, Deepak?
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Okay, because I changed my audio now. Mm, okay, so that's the reason. Okay, so now we will be seeing about the categories, classifications, and then after that we will move into business workspaces. How do we integrate with any application, and why business workspaces are needed? And after business workspaces, we'll come to retention policies, which is the record management, and then we will go into live report, web report, and workflows and all. Why this flow means, again, categories, classifications are all part of the open text module examples, right? Mm, mhm. So, like categories, classifications are also part of the modules, right? Whichever they're having. So we need that to be known completely, and then we come to business workspaces. How we use business workspaces along with the categories and classifications. And after that, with there only we apply the retention policies. So once we apply the retention policies, how the documents are handled, we need to know. and then we go to live report, web report, because at a global level only we try to use the live report or web report. So that's the reason we come to that topic finally, and workflows also. Okay. Okay, so you know about categories and classifications, Deepak. Have you created categories, applied them? Mhm.
I didn't create, but I applied categories.
Okay, okay, fine, fine. So let me start with like why categories are required and classifications are required, and how it helps at a global level. I'll tell you. Okay, so categories, as you know, it has some attribute values. We create categories, it along with some attributes, and and for that folder, whatever documents are coming, it capture we store that certain values there, right? So why do
Yes.
we require that category attributes, and for what purpose basically it was created? And it's not like only we used for that certain purpose. It is used at a lot of level, but why it's globally important, I'll tell you. So let's say inside a folder you're going to store some 20 lakh or some 50 lakhs of records. Okay, so in 50 lakhs of records which you have stored, if you want to search something and fetch it, let's say, okay, and you know the file name sometimes, or some keywords that are present inside that document, right?
Yes.
So in that case, search is still a complicated one. So it's something that is of a rare scenario, like something that doesn't narrow down your search more. It will that the search criteria that you are currently having with you, is going to take time only. Correct. So that
Yes.
doesn't or that won't help you, right? Mm, so in a quicker search process among 50 lakhs of records, so you need to use your search more efficiently, right? So in that case, what you can do whenever you are going to store that document, before storing that document, some key metadata of those documents, so we can call them as metadata, means from each of the document some key values you can fetch, and you can store them as your category attributes. So if you do that, what you can do is, when you are searching from that category attribute level, if you know some values, you can search those values alone. That gives you the results in a much more quicker way. Okay, so let's say we have one folder where you are going to store all employee related information. So every document, let's say, and every document has that employee ID and employee first name, last name. And that document, every document is an employee related some document. It has some employee related information. Okay, and let's say while you're storing that document, beforehand only you're capturing the metadata as a category and category attribute, like the
And we can
employee.
insert a joining date also, so that we can easily fetch the
Yes,
data.
yeah, correct. So when you can create manual search forms also, not global
Yeah, we
search
can
form.
create such one.
Yeah, we can
Yeah,
create
we have
search forms
created.
also. Yeah, okay. When you're creating search forms, you can include the categories also. If you include the categories that you created for the, so what you can do is automatically you can use those. What is that category attribute values that are stored for those documents? If you know those values, if you search with those values, search. Okay, yeah. So under enterprise, you have this classification module, right? So here you will
Yes.
be able to create your classification. So we have, for for our requirement, we have two types of like document types and workspace types. But that is out and out depending on the requirement only. So I'll tell you why this is a global document classification. Under that, I'll show you like why it is necessary. So we have created these many classifications. Creating classification is not nothing. It's a simple process only. So you come here, you add a classification, give a name to it. First classification one, something like this, where you have to create in document types. That's it. That's it. This is how you create a classification. Classification is nothing. It is not too much complicated and all. You're just giving a name to your document. Under what like what type of document you have to classify. That's it. Else it doesn't have much value. Like category or attribute, it doesn't store anything. That's why. So you can see text classification one. In that way, name is created. And yeah, so you can see we have created for we have two type of parent classification. One is a document type. Mostly what type of document it is, you have to classify, because our content server is going to store documents only. So what type of document each document is, you need to classify. That's it. So that's the requirement. And in your business workspace, like as I was saying, for each employee we'll be having some 10 different folders, I was saying, right? When you integrate with any HR related, so that's an example only. Based on requirement, the classification condition can vary, but this is the idea. Why do you use classification? So as you can see, for this is one employee workspace, he's having some 10 or 19 different folders. Each folder will have a classification. This first folder will be a hiring and onboarding classified. Will have a classification like that, and payroll will have a payroll classification. Employment will have a employment classification. So in that way, so in this folder has, you can see 5,765, like totally 1,44,000 employees it is having. And each employee will have all those 19 folders, right? All those 19 folders. So if you classify, or if you create those 19 classification and map to those 19 folders, so what will happen? You know, the or now all those 19 set of classifications, and in your search form, if you map that classifications and all, you can fetch that easily. Let's say, let in future someone is asking you, I want all the payroll related information of all those 1,44 employees. Instead of writing a query manually and condition, the document name should be this, that, and all, you just write a search form, fetch me on this uh, fetch me the like, what is that, the documents having this classification, payroll classification. It will give you all that. That's it. So your search is much more simplified, so your documents are also classified. So this is the main idea or criteria to use a classification also. So now, any doubts on what is a classification, how to map and all, will be showing you. No need to worry. So both
Uh,
categories, classification, how we map into a folder, how we map in a search form, all those I'll show you tomorrow. No need to worry.
that's what I had to ask. How will
Yeah,
map this
yeah, that,
classification?
yeah. Because today I don't want to cover, else it might get delayed. So as of now,
Okay.
you have this idea of category and
Yes.
classification. Yeah,
Yes.
tomorrow I'll show you how we map them, because as a fresh start we'll have it. We will map to a folder and see. We will write a search form, and I'll show you how the search works when we have that criteria and all. And then we will get into the record management. Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm. Okay, any doubts for today's session, or anything you want, you
No.
have as of now on the top?
No.
Hmm. Okay, Deepika. So then fine. Then we'll see tomorrow. tomorrow we'll cover this category classification completely, and then we'll get started with the business workspaces and record management. I think in
Okay.
with that, with that, almost general modules or what is that features of content server would have mostly covered. Business workspaces, record management, all will be covered, and rest all finally we will have the major modules that will be live report, web report, workflows. What else? And you wanted one more thing, archive center also, right? So those four will be the last part. So, or in between, if you want anything also to be added, we'll, yeah, in the final session as our last session, like those four will be separate individual sessions, live report, web report, and all workflows, all will be individual sessions. And you will be, I'll one more session for all the installations, also all the documents I'll share for them. Mm,
Okay.
yeah, so that with that it will be easier for you. So almost with business workspaces and record management, we will be completing 50% of our sessions mostly. Yeah. Mhm. So
Oh,
remaining 50% will be our key modules. I'm keeping all the key modules at the last, so that after knowing what is content server, we are going to get into those major modules, so that basic doubts of content server, let's all clarify them, and then we go to the major modules. That's why. Yeah.
okay.
Okay, and finally, when we are closing completely, also all the interview related questions, what will be the answers,
Yeah,
how
we'll discuss
you
about that also.
that also, how you
Like,
tackle them, and all we'll
yeah.
discuss. And in between, one more session for database also. Database also. Mhm. So that
Okay.
will be fine with that. No, no worries. So any you want to change any order or flow with this, how
No,
we
no,
go, or it's
this
fine,
is
right? So
fine.
that yeah,
Yes.
why? Because we have the major modules at the last, means uh, all these classification, everything we know, so that in web report or live report, right? We used to update categories or modify categories.
Yes.
All those we do also. So all at that time, in between a web report or live report, I don't want to bring in subtopics. That's why. Mhm.
Okay.